Peace. What's going on? We're on Behind the Boards, episode 6, the production. You know what I'm saying? And we got brothers in here that are dope, and more brothers are gonna be coming in. We got S3oul City, we got Ski Beats, we got Rocko, my partner, we got Shawn J Period, and we got Domino, the hieroglyphics Domino, the real Domino. You know what I'm saying? And my brother Doc Spliph in the building. And people like, you got Domino? And I start saying, here we go. Yeah, I'm like, nah, it's not the Domino I'm talking about. Like the hieroglyphics Domino. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but we was talking about music. I mean, let's go like from the beginning. I mean, there's 3 y'all in here. You know what I mean? That we're really gonna ask the questions to right now for the until we start moving around. Ski Beats first, because you're on top. Yo, who was your producers that inspired you to become a producer?
Well, first I gotta say Rhythm Fanatic, because he's the one that actually taught me how to operate the 1200. And you ever heard of Mark Spark?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mark Spark, he was from North Carolina. He was in our crew. It was me, Fanatic, and Mark Spark. Around that time when they was making beats, I was just rhyming. But they both kind of taught me how to, navigate around the SP1200. So definitely them. And after that, Finesse, Pete Rock, Primo, Clark Kent, who else? My man Aguilar, just different producers from New York at the time, man.
All right, Shawn?
I would say Premier, definitely from the first album. No One is Mr. Nice Guy. Obviously, when I moved to New York, the standards, P Rocks, the Beat Nuts, because actually when we moved, we were signed to Big Beat, and the A&R, Stretch Armstrong and Reef, they paired us up with T-Ray and the Beat Nuts. So they really took us under their wing, and I learned a lot from them. So I would say them, sure.
Domino.
Bomb Squad, and Q-Tip. Yeah, I mean those are the ones that initially that I think had an influence on my style. A lot of the influence is also, music I listened to as a kid, a lot of I like a lot of drama, a lot of dramatic, a lot of that comes from like watching NFL films shit, and a lot of the Sam Spence and all the soundtracks. I was super into football, so that drama, that feel always attracted me. And so I'd have to give that a shout out as well.
Yeah, man. Okay, now I gotta get back to Ski on this one. Jay-Z's first album, you know what I mean? All the producers on it. What made them pick the Dead Presidents to be the first single? I just want to know. This is a dope single. Don't say I'm just asking you. Like, he's like, I'm going to use this one. What made him pick that one? Do you know? Or
I definitely don't know why he picked that one first, but maybe because it was one of the earliest songs that we did before the album was even finished. Maybe he just wanted to, put that out to keep the, the buzz going, But he had a few records before then. I know records that Clark had did, and I know he didn't have Ain't No Nigga in the can yet. But yeah, I would think that's why he picked it because we didn't have any records done.
That's great. I mean, you already was, it was coming because you did the Camp Low. Would you do an original flavor too, or was that's nothing to do with you? Or
yeah, I produced all the old flavor shit.
Okay, old flavor and a company flow, and a company flow. The the Camp Low and shit, and that Camp Low album's crazy and shit. That album from front to back, you know what I mean? It's a whole different sound. It had like that 70s vibe when he did that first video in the diner and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, when I met them, man, I met Sway first. I was living on 197th and Valentine in the Bronx, and Sway was living on the same block as me. And the girl I was living with at the time, she was like, hey, my friend Sala, he know you rap, he seen your video. That's when Original Flavor was kind of doing their thing. He's like, yo, he seen your video, he wants to meet you. So he came through to the crib and I heard him rhyme. He was kind of whack, but I liked his voice. You know what I'm saying? I liked his voice and I liked his energy. He was like 15, he was a kid. And I took him to Clark's house and we laid down a song and shit, it sounded pretty good. He didn't know how to, write in bars. He didn't know nothing about hooks or anything. He was fresh. He was just trying to do it. And a year later, I had lost contact with him. And a year later, he came back and he had Chiba with him. And then, you know, they had this, when I looked at them, you know, they was dressed kind of different. They was talking with this weird slang, you know, I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about? What is this? He's like, we got a group, it's called CeeLo. We want you to produce us. I'm like, well, you know, you got to change the name. So, you know, they came up with Camp Lo. And obviously, you know, when they was speaking, I noticed they was into that whole 70s shit because all they slang came from, like, you know, movies like Foxy Brown, you know, Down Saturday Night, shit like that. So I said, fuck it, let's just take elements from some black exploitation and for some soul and some from jazz, and let's just mix it up and see how it come out. And yeah, we painted the picture, man. We painted the picture.
Dope.
Now, how many beats from Camp Lo went towards the Jay-Z album?
None.
None?
It's crazy.
I heard that somewhere.
Nah. See what happened? Everybody think that "Feeling It" was Camp Lo's song, but "Feeling It" was my song. Yeah. But I had Geechee Suede rapping. I was working on a solo album. I put Suede on it and my homegirl Mecca, and I took it to Dame's crib. And when I took it to Dame's, Jay was there at the time, and I played it for him. I said, "Yo, check out my single. This shit is banging, my nigga." Played it for him, and Jay was like, "Nah, dude, I need that record right there for my album, and I want the hook." And I'm gonna take the way I was rhyming. He took the flow and everything. And, you know, I said, "Fuck it, take it." I got more records you can have that. And, but, you know, but when I made politics for Jay, Camp Lo got jealous a little bit. It was like, yo, why you giving him all the crazy beats? And if you notice, the horns in politics, they kind of, you know, syncopated. Dun, 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 you know what I'm saying? It's like that. So when I was, that's how I found Lucchini. Plus, we was like, the album was done, and Profile at the time was like, yo, we need, you know, one more record to tie this album together. We like the album, we love the album, but we don't have a single. And so, you know, out of nowhere, we came up with the Lucchini shit. That shit was right on time. And it fit them perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo, Shawn.
So how many tracks you did on the Reasonable Doubt? For the ones who don't got the credits no more?
I think 4.
4 joints?
Yeah.
All right.
That album's a classic in the whole making. What did you and Jay, what did you guys do after the first album?
What we did after that, I did Streets Is Watching, Who You With. My last song for Jay was the joint I Hear the People. I hear the people talk.
You guys still talk to this day? And
I haven't spoken to Jay since 2007. Not because, you know, we got some funny shit going on, just because, you know, that niggas, you can't reach him.
You were like the set off to his fucking whole everything. That's crazy. Like, crazy. But Shawn, you did some joints for Black Star?
Yeah, well, it started with Most actually before Black Star even you know, we went into it. So I did like his first single when he first got signed to Rawkus. Rawkus had given him a single deal. So, you know, he had like a budget, basically, you know, gave him whatever, a couple thousand, whatever. We split it. And so I did the Universal Magnetic and If You Hunt, You Can Hear. So that was the first singles that came out for him after, you know, Universal Thermodynamic when he was in the group with Seth and DCQ. So, you know, and then from there we went on to, you know, to work on like, let's say the Lyricist Lounge stuff, Body Rock and all of that. And then Black Star really was a group. I never understood how the group came together, but it seems like it was the label put them together because Talib and High Tech had Reflection Eternal on Rawkus as well. So then they put them together as a group. And then we actually started the Black Star album in California. Went to friends Kendra, her uncle had like some studio or something out there. Most was out there doing television stuff. And so Talib and I actually flew out together on Tower Air, which was a, you know, defunct airline, you know what I mean? And then High Tech met us out there, and Most was already out there and stuff. And then so we started the Black Star album in California, you know, and then obviously it grew from there. So
Domino, man, the hieroglyphics. How did it all get put together? I want to know how all that happened. How did the whole Souls of Mischief, Casual, Dell, all that shit you can put together. Like,
Well, initially, most of them went lit. Dell, A Plus, and Tajay, Opio, Casual. They all grew up within blocks of each other, and they went to a lot of them. They went to the same elementary, and then the same high school, and so that was before. That's kind of how they got together. They just kind of grew up in the same neighborhood, and I think other than me and Pep Love, everyone else, basically was in either lived like blocks from each other. Like I know that A Plus, Casual, and Tajay lived like within a block of each other when they were young. And so basically either through school or through them growing up in the same neighborhood, that's kind of how they all got together. And then Dell was a little older, and he's Ice Cube's cousin, and so that's kind of how he got in through Cube. And then I didn't get down with them until I got introduced to them through Dante Ross, who had signed Dell to Elektra. So I had met Dante a little bit before that, and we forged a friendship because he used to come out to San Francisco for the Gavin convention. And then he said, hey, yo, he liked my beats, and he was like, yo, like I just signed Ice Cube's cousin. He got a whole crew of cats. You should hook up with him. And so he connected us, and then they came to my house, and we, I was playing them beats, and they were rhyming, and we just like, oh yeah, I realized we was on the same kind of level, and that's kind of how it started. I mean, that's kind of, well, at that point, Dell was already signed to Elektra when I got down with him, but the record wasn't out yet. The first record was out yet. Souls and all them weren't signed. They just were his crew.
that's dope.
Wow.
That's dope. That's fucking real dope. I'm still trying to get a hold of brothers, but wow. Ski, what is your favorite track you can say that you ever produced, period? Like, what would you put your top 3 favorite tracks? I'm gonna ask each one of y'all that.
Top 3, obviously Lucini. Pace 1, I Declare War.
Oh shit, you did that? That's dope.
And I gotta say Jay-Z, I Hear the People Talk. Or John Blaze, maybe. I don't know. Bahamadia. I don't know, man.
You don't put their presidents isn't in your top 3?
It's cool. I mean, it's dope. You know what I'm saying? But something about Lucini does something to me. Something about I Declare War does something different to me. You feel me?
It does something to everybody.
Yeah.
That Lucini, oh my gosh, man. When them drums come in for that Lucini track, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Shawn, what's your top 3 favorite beats you've done?
I would say Art of Facts, but Artifacts.
You did that?
Yeah. I did like on that album, I did like half the album, the second album. So that Artifacts, Universal Magnetic, and Place to Be from Helter Skelter.
Oh shit. Domino.
Let's see. I like Let 'Em Know, the first song from Souls of Mischief. There's a song on the Hiero album called After Dark, which is just Pep Love rhyming. That's one of my favorites. And Dell Phony Franchise Remix. Those are my 3 favorite tracks.
Dope.
Okay, that's what's up. I mean, question about if I'm trying to think how I could say this. Rocko, you got something? Well, I'm trying to ask this question so it comes out. I know the answers are gonna be real dope.
I mean, I'm interested in knowing what equipment y'all using now.
Word.
Yeah.
Ski got a Bible with equipment and shit.
He is on IG.
He'll go in that room in the back and pull another piece of equipment out.
I mean,
what's your go-to joint?
My go-to is my push 2.
Okay.
But I can get down on the 404. I can get down on the MPC. I can get down on whatever. You feel me? But my go-to is push.
How does everybody feel about the machine?
That's what I use right now.
Yeah.
That's what I use. The machine is what I use most of the time.
Shit is solid. I like the machine.
Yeah.
I mean, I was using it. I did all the Pilot Talk 1 and 2 for currency with the machine.
Oh damn.
Yeah, Pilot Talk 1 and 2 is with the machine.
Yeah, that's my weapon of choice. I dig the machine. I always wanted to. I had a Roland MV a while back, and it was too complicated at the time. And I was already doing, you know, I was doing all my production with FL, so it was a natural transition to go over to something that was, you know, had the drum machine form factor, but also had, you know what I mean, the DAW, so you could, you know, manipulate everything digitally through the computer. It made a huge difference.
Right. Yeah, I would say that initially I was doing like the SP12 and the EP and Sonic EPS 16. That was, you know, back in the day stuff. And then Vic from the Beat Nuts, you know, was one of my mentors. He was the one who got me into Logic. So I mean, you actually can see it up in the back now. You know, I was working on something. But I'm definitely moving back towards hardware at Ski, which I still need to visit Ski to teach me about this MP. You know what I mean? MPC1, it's got it, and you know, obviously MIDI controllers and stuff like that. But I like to. I started because I started with the EPS. You know, I learned how to do everything on the keyboard. You know, even like drums and stuff. I'm just trying to force I'm forcing myself to get back to having like the pad separate. That's why I got the MPC1. You know what I mean? So deal with the drums there, and then deal with the you know, loops or whatever I'm doing. You know, on the keyboard.
That's your latest piece of equipment, the MPC1.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I still don't quite know how to use it. But I'm working.
It's brand new.
Gotta block out some time and figure it out, man.
Yeah, watching tutorials. I mean, I literally was like, and I thought about Ski last night. I didn't even know Ski was gonna be on this, and I'm like, gosh, man, like, I mean, it's simple, like, but I'm trying to like, so I'll go watch a couple of YouTube videos and, you know, figure it out. Maybe phone a friend, Ski.
The Ski always switching up. So what's your latest piece, Ski? Your latest piece of equipment?
SP555.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh, where'd you get that? 555. That's the.
Yeah, that's like the 404, but bigger.
Oh wow,
The
that's
five,
a new.
Oh wow.
The 555 or 505?
The 555. You want me to go get it?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
It's on my 555. I heard of the 505.
He got a storage of everything. He had to show up here, there, boom. I thought I had a bunch of shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, right. Going to your house, you got equipment all over the place, man. Just sitting.
Yeah, some of it never used. And fuck.
Oh
Wow.
See, it's like the 404. It's just bigger.
Oh, that's the.
It's like the lo-fi sound too, and too. It's got that lo-fi what's called to it.
Right. I love the compress on it. I love the effects. I love the way it make your drums sound, man. Shit is tight.
Yeah.
What year did that come out at?
I think it came out 2008, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been loving those videos you're doing too with that stuff. I end up giving Kelsey. I gave him for his birthday because I bought a 404, but like sound design stuff. But I hadn't started using it yet, and I'm like, and I loaned it to him, and he just was, you know, flipping it on his videos and then seeing you do this stuff, and I'm like, he loves this. So I gave it to him for his birthday. You know what I mean? So I was about to be in that land, but I need to pick up another one. So I may see if I can get one of those too.
So you give him an upper hand for these battles?
Huh?
Dude, you know, that's my brother. I don't know if that's an upper hand. I don't think he programs on it as much as he flips, you know, does kind of with the filters and all of that stuff like that. So
that's so good. I see what we're doing out
here. That's why I like him, man, because you can connect it with your MPC. You can just use the effects on the 404 to 505, and you can use your MPC to sequence where, you know, shit works.
Right. Yeah, I've been loving those videos you're doing.
So you're really feeling that one, huh?
You
really feeling the MPC one? You really like that shit?
I like it. I haven't made one beat on it yet. I just been like, you know, I've been fucking with it, but I haven't really got busy. I've been kind of doing shit around the crib, but I'm gonna probably get back on it next week to see if I can come up with some shit.
Have any of y'all ever had an MPC 60?
I had a MPC 62 for like 5 seconds. Then I switched it up and got a
Oh, you didn't like that? Domino, what did you start using when you first started making beats?
I started, the first sample I ever owned was a Casio FZ1. Or actually, I had the 10M, which was the rack mount version of the FZ1, and I used to have like a
right? 1 second sample.
it was 24 seconds. You're thinking of the Casio. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the little Casio with the little keyboard and not that one. That was called the S. That was called the SK1.
Right.
Now I guess officially that was the first sample I had, but all I used to do is I used to walk around and say bitch on it, like walk around, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't clever enough to sample music, but this was like, in the 80s, and my partner had a partner who made music, and he was the first one that goes, I'm about to put this record on 45, and he, I was like, how did you get that out of that? And he just had sampled it. So then I ended up getting the FZ10M, which was it kind of was like how the it was like 24 seconds or 29 second sample sampling time.
Back in the day, boy.
Yeah, but a lot of the early stuff, man, for a while I didn't even have a sequencer, so like I was actually playing beats by hand, like the loops though, you know what I mean, like doing a change up and stuff, because most of my drums in the beginning were just drum loops, and so I was literally like holding down a key, and then I had like the drums on another key, and then I would bring in the little fills and stuff all by hand. In fact, the casual song "Thoughts of the Thoughtful" from Fear Itself, I did it by hand live because for some reason I couldn't get it to sync with Simpty, and so I just did it live right there as he pushed play.
So that machine was working you.
Yeah, it was, and then later on I ended up getting one of them them gray Alesis sequencer. That was like a little bit later I got that. But the the Casio was my first sampler.
Oh shit, motherfucking Sir Jinx, man. Like, all right, that's what's up. All right, your audio will connect. It's gonna take a second to connect.
There you go.
There you go. What up? Sir Jinx in the building, man. What's going on, man?
Gang. What's up, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
I guess all that cool shit going through the window, I can't even see.
You got it to work. I know you was telling me I had to figure it out. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo.
What's up, gang? What's up, fellas? Nice to meet everybody.
You too, man.
What up, Jinx?
Good to have you, man. Thanks for joining.
We still waiting on other brothers. So we already started recording, you know what I mean? Now we could get some Sir Jinx stories, you know what I mean? We got two Cali. We got you and Domino in the building, California.
Coast legends in here.
What up, Jinx?
Oh, what up? What up, though?
Chilling, man.
Man. Yeah. We got S3oul City, me, Ski Beats is in here, Rocko, Shawn J Period, Spliph, and Domino, and you. That's
word.
For at the moment.
That's what I call a party.
Yeah.
So you got a connection with Domino, right? Or the hieroglyphics, right?
The Domino that's on right now?
Yeah, the A+.
Yeah.
I think it's like the first time kind of running into each other, at least, it's been a few years, at least.
Yeah, like Jinx was down with Hiero before I was even, he did all their early demos, all the early Souls of Mission demos, the Dell demos, which I have on cassette and all that, but that was even before I was down.
Okay. Right. I was dealing with Taji and Adam when check it. It was crazy. When Dre was dealing with Ruthless, right? And Jerry Heller and Easy, they was gonna give me my own label. So Taji and Adam was gonna be my first group, like off Ruthless Records. And their name was gonna be Rhythm. That was their name. And the crazy thing about that is Once Upon a Time in the Projects was their song. And when I went to New York, you know how that go, it got snatched.
Hey Jinx, wasn't there? They told me that at one point their name was the Mad Circle. Is that true? Too?
Nah. What happened was when Q was Nah, you remember we were saying that?
Yeah, I didn't tell him. I never told him.
Nah, it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Thought it was the logo or
Yeah,
something.
He wasn't here yet. He wasn't here yet. When
yeah. I told you, yo. I told you.
know. That's because Domino's in California. That's why.
Nah, but it's not about that situation. But what happened was, when Cube had left NWA, we was thinking of names. So I kind of came up with the Mad Circle for it was gonna be Ice Cube in a Mad Circle, and so Dale know how to draw, so we was trying to see who was gonna get the logo to go with the Mad Circle. So Cube ended up wanting to use the Lynch Mob because he had wrote it in the Express Yourself song. So it said NWA is the Lynch Mob. So he's like, all right, we're gonna roll with that. But the logo ultimately turned into the Hiero logo. That's what happened. That the round circle with no smile, that was originally the Mad Circle logo. But of course that went on to be something else.
That's crazy. Yo,
Classic logo right there.
Yeah, Dale drew that. So Dale knows how to draw. He's a good artist. He's graffiti. We are graffiti artists, real hip hop guys.
Yeah, man. Yo, I was just thinking, you had an original group. It was you, Ice Cube, and KD. Is that what his name was? Like KD?
Right.
From back in the days? That was like one of your first groups with Cube? And
CIA, right?
Well, the first part of the group was our name was the Stereo Crew. And then when we hooked up with Dre didn't really like that name. He said it sounded corny, so he changed it to CIA. So CIA was like the first group that was made with what do you call it? I always forget the word, but like CIA, NWA, it was the first acronym.
Yeah.
Right.
And what did it stand for?
Well, it depends on where we was doing shows. Like when we do the shows with the radio or something, we caught in action. Then when we went out with Eric and was opening up for Eric and opening up a wrecking crew, and we was Criminals in Action. That was our name at that time.
Damn, you're going back to the wrecking crew. Like, wow, that time. That's
Oh.
Yeah, we got a record deal, man. When I was 15 years old. So I say this all the time. We got the record deal with CBS Records. Like I was 15, Cube was 16, KD was 16, and there was another dude in the group named Master B. But Master B went on to take Clientele place in the wrecking crew because he was like older than us. But the song that we did on CBS called She's a Skag, that's in Michael Jackson's video. It's in the Bad video.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow.
When you look at the beginning part with the Wesley Snipes and he walk into the room, you'll hear a track playing in the background. And man, we thought our life was gonna change right there. But it's a shame that Michael Jackson never knew that, a person like Ice Cube or a person like myself was a part of Epic Records at that time because they didn't have an urban department. So they were just starting an urban department, so they didn't want to, buy other music. So they just used music that was already on the label. And then the crazy thing is, I think like 5 years later, maybe 6 years later, we blocked Michael Jackson out of #1 for the history record. So we held down #1 on Billboard for like, I don't know, crazy. So it was just crazy that Mike never knew that we was in his video like as kids.
Wow.
That's
Crazy.
That is definitely crazy. I was asking these guys, what was the first equipment you were using when you first started making beats?
Probably with my homeboy, rest in peace, my homeboy Papa J. He was a crack dealer. And, crack dealers, I'm sure we all had our share of guys that come from the neighborhoods and smokers and stuff, give them stuff. So I would say the Korg, the DDD-1. I think that was like my first drum machine. The first one that I had.
What do you use now to make beats?
Reasons.
Oh, okay. So you were straight computer now. Okay.
What did you say?
I say you're straight computer with the reasons you're
What,
using.
what version of Reason though? Is it 10 or 7?
Huh?
What version of Reason you got? 10?
I have to look. 7. Nah, it's I don't know, but it's not the new one, but it's the one right before the new one. But you know me, man, you give me a bucket and a chain, I'll make a beat out of anything. I study the craft, not the tool. I use anything, like, and it's actually better. Like sometimes it challenges me to bring the best out of the equipment, even though I don't know it. But at the end of the day, you know, top ramen, you can cook it any kind of way. It's gonna end up being the same way in the end if you know what you're doing.
Ain't that the truth?
Because it's all the same. Because I actually started with Photoshop and Illustrator, and Pro Tools wasn't even invented then. So the same concept of doing graffiti and doing my artwork on the computer is also the same smart keys that's in Pro Tools. It's the same exact thing.
Yo, my nigga, I thought you was saying that you was making beats in Photoshop. I'm like, what? Nah, but it's all like Final Cut and all that. If you guys are into, you know, doing editing and videos, all the smart keys are pretty much the same. So I started with Photoshop, and then when Pro Tools came, then, you know, all that turned on, and then when Reasons happened, then it's pretty much the same thing when you have a process on how you make your music. You know, I don't use everything that comes with the equipment.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. What up?
Good.
We transforming.
Transformer scratch on the Zoom.
Doc, go ahead. What you gonna say?
Oh, you talking me?
Doc, no, Doc was about to say something. What are you gonna say, Doc?
Saying, what up?
Muted, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I just want to show some acknowledgement for you know what I mean? What up?
Yeah, I gotta get y'all a little hook up with the green screen in the background.
Now you can.
Like 6 words.
Yo, Sir Jinx, you can do it. It's up on the top on the left. You can hit that little green thing up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna rock with this shit behind me.
Lord, no, I'm
Next time I'll do it, but I'm rocking with the shit behind me.
All right. Yeah, like,
I'm on my balcony right now. I just didn't want it to look like I was on good time.
That's what
I didn't want it to look like girls be yelling and screaming, "Give me my purse!"
What's the producers that inspired you to become a producer?
Of course, Dr. Dre, man. That was it. I like Dr. Dre. I like Eric B. I had Marley Marl. We had a real close situation back in the day. It wasn't like a lot of producers that stood out. It was like the artists stood out. So when you go to DJ Pooh's and you go to them, it's not like, you know, when you mention LL Cool J, DJ Pooh name, you know, pop right out. You know what I'm saying? So back then, DJ Pooh was my OG, Dr. Dre was my OG, and that's who I started with. But I admired other people's beats. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't West Coast, like back in the day, we was really trying to push our line. So we knew what the East Coast was doing, because it really wasn't nothing else outside of that, because the Ghetto Boys kind of like did our kind of production, you know. So I admired East Coast rappers, you know. I mean, East Coast production, I really did.
What about EA Ski? How long was he making beats? How long has he been making beats?
Well, Ice-T's a rapper, so he's not a producer.
EA Ski.
Oh, EA Ski came a little later.
Yeah.
I mean, he's saying when I started, EA Ski wasn't out. When I started, I was listening to. Once again, you said when I started, not when I sold records. When I started, I was like,
you did that album, right? The Short Dog.
Which one?
Short Dogs in the House. There's Too Short album.
Well, I got a song on there. Bitch ain't nothing but a word.
Paula and Janet. Oh, bitch ain't nothing but a word.
Bitch ain't nothing but a word.
And exhibits the 40 days, 40 nights.
40 days and 40 days. 40 days and 40 nights.
That's crazy.
But when you go back to the producers back on that, you know, I was dealing with like the Marcus Millers and the Luther, the production, and so I was like a big ball of confusion. Like I love strings and I love for it to be dynamic. So when you hear Earth, Wind and Fire, Isley Brothers and, you know, Marvin Gaye, all that was like influenced me, but it really wasn't too many producers that I could say I channel my style after, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was a DJ first.
That's what's up.
And just trying hard, man. Back in them days, it wasn't as easy as it is now, because everybody got the same equipment now. But a long time ago, I loved when you was only as good as your equipment. You know, some people made a lot out of nothing, and that really made them stand out.
That producer Mantronic, he was doing that shit. Like,
Right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
Sure.
he was.
But that was in the techno days. That was like
Yeah.
a little before me. That was like Bassline and Electric Kingdom, and that was like my DJ days. That wasn't like my producing days.
That's crazy.
And the Live and Let Die. Don't forget that, man.
Nah, that was later. That was later.
You was telling about how that album came out, and you said you had to wait a certain amount of time before it came out.
Yeah, they screwed me on that record. The dudes that was on Cold Chillin', and we had like I was telling you, that's when I'm sure you guys all remember when Biz Markie did like Just a Friend or something. Then he tried to do another kind of commercial song like that, and they sued the brakes off of him. So then they went through the whole album, which they was trying to claim samples with samples that wasn't even samples. They was like, no, we're not doing this. So it took us, we did it at the beginning of the year, and they ended up dropping it like at the end of the year. So it was kind of like, I was saying, like a detox kind of thing to me. Like, it was like the party was over and then the bitches showed up. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot, you know? So I really liked working with G-Rap. That was a beautiful experience. I was a child, a kid. You know, shout out to Karen Jones and Benny Medina, but they didn't even know what I was gonna do when I worked with him, because we started working on it, and then I went to New York and worked on America's Most Wanted, and then came there, so they didn't know if I was what the hell I was doing.
Oh, you did that before America's Most Wanted.
But it was in the process.
Oh yeah.
So they were just working with me. You know, I worked with a dude named Prelude, and that's George Clinton's son. Like, so I, you know, shout out to Mike Conception. He took me up there, you know, as a kid, and they took to me because they really didn't have no urban kind of situation like that in Warner Brothers. So for me to be like the middleman in between Karen and Kool G Rap, I was like, hell yeah, I know Kool G Rap. He was like, you want to work with him?
Did y'all record in LA, in California, or New York?
We did it all in LA. We did it out here.
All right.
So y'all was there with the Rodney King, all that happening, the riots in LA and all that shit.
Because at first when he came out, I was just supposed to like just remix a couple of songs, like, because he had a lot of songs that was on ADAT already. So like songs like On the Run, Great Train Robbery, Crime Pays. I don't think not Crime Pays, but he had like 4 songs already. So, you know, I was like, man, we got a good energy. So, you know, that's when Cock Blocking came and all these other songs. And
knocking on the door. You okay? Get some ice. That was you saying that shit to it.
Yo, G, where's the ice? Yeah, right. All right.
That album was so crazy, man. I mean,
we had a ball doing it, man. And when you can work with somebody and you guys can laugh and joke, and G-Rap was the first dude I ever seen go into the liquor store and buy a bottle of champagne. I thought that was ridiculous back in the day. I was like, $30 for that? Like, he's like, yo, son,
you pay $3.
He was drinking.
I didn't drink or nothing. I just thought it was a waste of money.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Just keep going back to the store and buying it until I figured it out that shit was like $34 or something, and that was back then. And he was using his budget to buy jewelry and Moet.
That's crazy. So you said that the Karen, that's the one who linked it up to make that happen for you, or?
Right, Karen Jones. She was like kind of like the VP of Warner Brothers up under Benny Medina.
So when G-Rap did the joint with Scarface and Ice Cube and what's the other
Bushwick.
Bushwick. You did the
Right.
beat. You was there with the whole. They was all there together at the same
I
time.
connected it. I made that
Oh, that
happen.
was dope, man. That was dope.
That's actually the first song in rap history that got a down south guy, a West Coast dude, and an East Coast dude on one record. That's the first time that ever happened before.
Yeah, that shit was dope. That was the last song on the album. I remember that shit.
Right.
Who did Ill Street Blues?
Ill Street Blues was done by I think Tone and Pope, like the track masters.
Oh, for real? So that wasn't Marley. I thought that was Marley and shit.
Nah, what happened was when like I said, when the samples start not getting cleared and they start tripping, then later in the year they tried to revamp it and mix the album again without me. They didn't want to pay me to mix the album again. So then they added, I think, like Fuck You Man, or one song like that, and Ill Street Blues. And Ill Street Blues was like closer to the time, like what was coming out at the time. So I think that was a single, and then On the Run was a single. And they was, they was trying to get it back to the East Coast kind of vibe, so they helped out. I think that helped the record a whole lot, but I wish they would have let me mix my own music.
You got joints that never came out through that album time?
I would have to listen to the record, because I did find a song when I was going through these DATs that I got. I did find some songs, but I don't remember if it made the album or not.
That's some treasure.
It got DJ Pooh singing on it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, right, yo, that shit, that shit's a treasure right there. You know what I mean? Like, yo,
Right.
that shit
We
is
was in the
crazy.
studio all day, and then they had us living real good, like hotels, like because I lived far away. So what happened was Polo really wasn't doing nothing. He was just like hanging out with the porno people and shit. So he would never come to the studio. You remember he went through that porno mode, like he was with Ron Jeremy and all that. So they sent him home.
He wasn't fucking with Yella doing that shit too. Doesn't Yella do that shit too?
Well, they were doing it, but
yeah.
I'm in the music, so
yeah.
They sent him home and gave me his room because I had to drive far. So, oh man, we was that was like real college days, like girls and oh man, it's crazy. It's like we were stars. Well, he was a star. I was just behind the scenes. I just knew how to choreograph it.
No, I mean, I remember when that album came out. I mean, that's one of my favorite Coogee rap albums. People are different.
Oh, thank you, man.
You know what I mean? I know other people think different. I'm not putting, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not,
Right.
But everybody's entitled to how they feel about it, you know what I mean? Like, because the way G-Rap was at that time,
Right.
the way he was saying his stories and shit, he was saying shit that no one, and he was still doing it lyrically and wordplayish and style and witty, everything was there, you know what I mean? He was like when Ski left, but when Jay-Z said, I'm like G-Rap in his prime, I think that's what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I just think G-Rap, and you know the funny thing is, I have put this on my Facebook. He said he's like Coogee Rap in his prime. Then another time he said, I'm like Coogee Rap with better transportation. Then Beyonce used Number One with a Bullet song, right? The bam, 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 bam. So she used that. And then the tour that Jay-Z and Beyonce was on was called On the Run. So I'm like, these coincidences are crazy. Like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Come on. And then I think on the Joe Buttons thing, when Jay-Z like, give me that beat, fool. So he did my shit. I was like, oh man, Jay-Z knows who Sir Jinx is, man. Like, it ain't no fucking coincidence, man. Come on, man. And you don't run into too many, you don't bump your head that many motherfucking times in life, man. So yeah.
So you mentioned Detox. Did you have anything to do with the Detox?
Yeah, kind of funny. The song I did, Jay-Z wrote it. So I did a song on the Detox record that ultimately ended up getting sold to T.I. So that song that T.I. did like 2016 called Dope with Aaliyah on it, that was supposed to be like one of the singles off of Detox. But 8 years later, man, somebody else liked that beat. So some beats just don't die, man. They just, sometimes I think so ahead of myself, my parents ain't met yet. So
how many joints you did off of that?
On which one?
Off the Detox.
Just that one. That was good enough for me.
Oh, okay.
Hey, he got songs, man. I mean, he got catalogs. You know, it's just like the Carter 5 record. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point when Lil Wayne's album came, you can kind of hear old references in the songs. And then some of the songs you hear new references. But you know, he had tons of music. I got one Carter 5, I think he got like 30 songs on it. And they all sound, he's saying Carter 5 in them. So Dre had a whole bunch of songs. And T.I. was writing a lot of that stuff, you know, with writing with him and working with him. So that he did a lot. You go on the internet, shit pops off, and that's when they raided somebody's email, and they leaked all Dre music and Lady Gaga music and all that, and they just threw it all in the trash and fucked that whole record off.
Oh wow, I don't know if I even heard that.
That's what happened. So when he came back, like with the doctor, call me a doctor, and the Kush songs, you know, those was like kind of trying to warm it back up, but he just didn't feel it. It was like it's too far gone, and we was all crushed because I thought that Detox was gonna be, you know, because I missed the Chronic album and I missed the Chronic 2, and I just
never coming out. It's never coming out, right? It's never.
Huh?
It's never.
I wouldn't say never because that ain't my business. So I just say I know the song I did is not coming out. T.I. did it and did it with Marsha Ambrosia. They shot a video to it and everything.
Well, that's dope. Speaking of
and that's the name of the song.
Speaking of the Jay-Z shit, Ski Beats, the one that did the Dead Presidents, that's to me what brought Jay really, like, you know what I mean? The original, speaking of yo Ski, the original flavor, right?
Right.
Yeah, how did that all get put together and shit? Dame Dash was a part of that?
Yeah.
Dame was managing us, bro. But yeah, that's a crazy story. Oh, Flav? All right, let me go back a little bit. So
okay, let me open this up. I didn't even see you, brother. Okay, let me get used to this. Now, okay, now I can see everybody. I was like, who the hell is talking? It's just like fucking with
TV.
Oh, you did Dead Presidents?
Yeah.
He did the
man.
Camp Lo first album too, and original.
Huh?
The Camp Lo first album. Remember all the Luciani, all
Camp
them.
Lo?
He did
But I'm Reasonable Doubt lover. Like I was a real Reasonable Doubt lover. I love when he changed the verses. That fucked everybody up when he changed the verses to Dead Prez. That shit was crazy. That I man, the 22 twos, the whole shit. I was a real Jay-Z fan.
Yes, appreciate it, brother.
Oops.
Oh man, that's dope, man. And that was the Nas thing, right? Right. And I took what he said. I made it. I took it. Made it a hot song or some shit. He made it a hot line. I made it a hot song.
So what was the story you saying?
So old Flav, man. Shit, man. I was if you don't know, I'm originally from North Carolina, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was in this group originally called the Busy Boys.
That's the name of my group, yeah.
Oh, for real?
There's a Busy Boys in Connecticut too.
Oh, dig it.
We busy in the country, man.
Right. So the guy, the owner of the label at the time, he was from New York, and he.
I think he's freezing up. You freezing up, Ski?
Yeah.
All right, say that again. You froze up. Go ahead. Yeah, you're good now.
Oh, okay. So the guy who owned the record label that the Busy Boys was on, he was originally from New York. And he asked me if I wanted to move to New York, you know, to further my career. But the rest of the guys in the Busy Boys, they didn't want to go. So I kind of left by myself. Anyhow, long story short, when I got to New York, I ended up staying in New Jersey. And I was staying in this studio. I met this cop. Can't say that today, but anyhow, I met
whoa, well, you can. Might not be on good situations, but yeah.
I met this cop who was a rapper, right? And he kind of overheard me playing beats. There was a Studio B and a Studio A. I was in Studio B, and the guy who ran the studio was in Studio A. They initially came to meet the guys.
Oh my gosh.
You keep freezing up, man. You keep freezing up.
The cop, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sample that later.
the cop, he kind of peeked his head into the studio to see what I was doing. And he asked me, yo, you know, you making those beats? And I'm like, yeah. And he said, well, you know, do you sell beats, whatever, I'm working on an album. And he said, where do you live? And I said, well, I live here in the studio. He said, well, I have an apartment that has a full studio in it, and I'm not staying there. If you make beats for me, you can live in the apartment. And the apartment was in Harlem. And when he came that day, he had this guy, my first original partner, his name was Suave. And when I moved to Harlem, man, you know, I started making these songs with Suave, and I took it to Atlantic Records and gave it to Clark Kent. He heard it, he liked it. He said, yo, Atlantic want to sign you. So the next day when I went up to Atlantic, Dame Dash there, and he said, yo, I played this for Dame Dash. This is my friend. Huh?
You good? You froze for a second, but you're good. You're good.
Okay. Anyhow, he played the music for Dame. Dame loved the music. And the day I signed is the same day Dame became my manager for Old Flavor.
Oh, okay.
That's hot shit. I like, man, because when Jay did the Reasonable Doubt album, that's when he came to Priority. So they released that on Priority. So I have remember when it was like, you know, like, wow, like Brian Turner was like signing there, like going, at first we thought like Brian Turner was just for the West Coast. Then he started like fucking with everybody, like Jay-Z and Master P and all that. He was getting his real, that's called real bread. When you don't see the dude that make the bread, that's real bread. Brian Turner, I saw him at a concert. His hair was all white. I'm like, oh shit. And he still looked the same, but shit, you know, he'll walk right past you and you'll never know who the fuck Brian Turner or the other dude, Mike. It was another dude named Mike that was like the VP of Priority or something. Mike something, I forgot his name.
So Ski, it's fair to say that you got more of a relationship with Dame Dash to this day, more than Jay. Well, you said you ain't speak to Jay since 07.
Yeah. If you remember when Dame was doing that whole DD172, that creative control stuff, that's when I kind of reconnected back with Dame, and that's when, you know, when I did the songs with Mos Def, Taxi, and the Cream of the Planet. Then I started working with Currency. We did the Pilot Talks and all that. That's when me and Dame reconnected. And I always kind of had, you know, a closer relationship with Dame because he was managing me before he was managing Jay. So I was like fucking with Dame like here even met Jay.
You froze up again. You froze up. I don't know the internet, man.
Oh shit! Watch this.
Nah, he's just saying good shit. Good shit.
Yeah, the internet don't want us to hear it.
I always say that, like the devil don't want you to hear it.
Yeah, devil a liar, man. So Dame is really finding all the talent then.
Probably.
No, people was bringing the talent to Dame. And Clark brought me to Dame, and then Clark brought Jay-Z to Dame. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, dig it.
But Dame was the mastermind. He was he was seeing things in the future before we could even figure out what he was seeing. Like, you know what I'm saying? He always was a forward thinker like that.
So Clark Kent to Jay-Z's like on Mr. C to fucking Biggie Smalls and shit, like bringing involved. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's crazy.
I think I heard where Dre was saying a lot of everybody was being introduced to him too. Like he wasn't finding the talent. Like cats was bringing Snoop or whoever to him too.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you know, Dre was like the whiz, you know? So it wasn't like he was bringing somebody to somebody that they didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like you wanted to be in the middle of that, like with the me and Cube situation. Like you Dre didn't have to do that. He was a big artist when I was younger, you know what I'm saying? Like he already had surgery out and, you know, doing stuff. So he it might not have been on a big platform, but he was still like the sought after dude. It was like him and Ice-T at the time. Like Ice-T had his situation going on with the Rhyme Syndicate, and Lonzo Williams had his situation going on, but Lonzo didn't do beats, Dre did. And Lonzo was still on some Purple Rain shit. Like, he was like trying to be on some Purple Rain shit. And we was like, nah, we don't want to be ready for the world. And it's some new shit coming out. And then Dre adapted to it. Like, it wasn't like we told him what to do, but he kind of knew the energy was changing. Like, in 87, 80, 86, 87, the energy changed from the techno music. So Ice-T had some shit going on. So Dr. Dre, and then, Warren, my cousin too. So, Warren working with Snoop, and, y'all look at my, y'all don't have to, but on my Instagram, I had hit Snoop because I thought somebody else was running Snoop's Instagram. And so I just hit him, like, what up, Snoop? And he hit me. And I worked with Snoop before everybody worked with Snoop. Because Warren used to catch the bus from Long Beach to the Compton house. That now we call it the Compton house, but the house that they did in Straight Outta Compton, I did the demos for Warren and Snoop before Snoop went to jail. Like, Snoop went to camp. Like, he went to camp. And then he disappeared for a little while. And then when he got out, that's when he did Deep Cover. I don't think he was on the street a few days when he did Deep Cover.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
But he was like a little dude. That's why, gangbangers, most dudes named Snoop are little. So he was a real little dude. Then he went to camp, and then he came out, he was 6-some feet, but the same size. It's just like he just went up. It's like he's the same shoulder size, but he's 6 fucking feet tall. Like, oh my God. So yeah, and everybody, like, it's like a teamwork and like team effort to get put on with Dre. Dre gotta like it. That's the hard part.
That's actually what I wanted to ask. How was it working with like early Snoop? You know what I mean?
Snoop is a character, man. So at some point you don't really critique Snoop. Like, Snoop tells you what he does, and you're amused. It's almost like when I was working with Tajay and working with Adam and working with Dale, I like what they brought to the table. Like, they were different. They wasn't, because back in them days we were fresh off of they could have been rapping like that, but they was rapping a different kind of way. Snoop always was a charismatic person. Like, his character is just, it's like the same thing when I met Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle had the same thing. Like, you would see Nipsey Hussle walk into the room, and for some reason, he just look a certain kind of way.
Like Snoop.
Yeah, he do. He kind of do look just like Snoop. That shit's crazy. Like,
they do look alike, but at the end of the day, they still had that aura. Like Cube had that aura. Like, I'm sure. I'm sure when Jay-Z was up under Jazzo, but at the end of the day, it was still something different about him. Even on Hawaiian Sophie, it was something different about him. I don't know.
I feel
was
that.
Snoop rapping like the old school style, like how Easy was back in the day, like the Beastie Boys Run DMC style? I mean, I guess he's
Snoop had a style that, like Warren G. If you listen to Warren G talk, you'll be like, oh, that's where they got that from. Like,
yeah.
Warren G, if you listen to Warren just basically talk, because Warren talk, it's funny, I can mimic Warren a little bit, be like, shit, y'all motherfuckers tripping. And he'll just talk mad slow. And then Snoop flow turned into that. Like, I would say, because Warren was the main dude that was working with Snoop at that time, because they lived in the same area. They lived in Long Beach.
So you saw the DOC getting involved with all that too before it happened?
Right.
How did DOC get connected with the whole NWA? Like,
well, it goes all the way back to the Wrecking Crew again. So it was another dude in the Wrecking Crew named Dr. Rock, right? So when Dre came, then Dre became Dr. Dre. Dr. Rock ended up going to Dallas. Dr. Rock ended up working with a group called the Feel It Fresh Crew. And there was a dude that had his name, it was Doc T. then when Easy came into the picture, the Feel Fresh crew was gonna be on Ruthless Records as well. And that's how DOC end up coming down. Like he ended up standing out more than the other guys. And Eric brought him out, and then after that, it was all, you know, it was all history after that. That's how DOC. So DOC, Dr. Dre, because you can hear it in one of DOC's songs. He's like, dope. I would have been down with Rock, but I'll be broke. And that's Dr. Rock. So Dr. Rock was the dude that hooked DOC up with Eric and Dre. So I was there. I saw him, you know, come from Dallas and be sleeping on the floor and just be a hip hop rapper. And he changed the format of, because Cube was really the writer of Eazy-E. And then MC Ren started writing. But when DOC started writing, that's when it all changed. Like DOC turned into the DOC.
Yeah, God didn't want him to continue, so he had to fuck up his voice, man. Yeah, because he was about to be, because I was interviewing Grandmaster Caz, I know, a few episodes ago, and he said that DOC album, DOC, is so dope to him. Dre would produce him because of that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Album. You know what I'm saying? Like,
DOC brought. I mean, every rapper bring something to hip hop, and I believe that DOC brought. And he if you talk to DOC, he'll tell you. On my phone, he'll tell you that he made up a style called the stutter step, like with the and then a lot of people took on that style, but he ended up losing his voice. But he definitely made up a style. Like Run made up a style, Jay-Z made up a style, Eminem made up a style. Like and like the big rappers that are big rappers, they make the whole world change. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. So DOC wasn't able to fulfill his rap career because he lost his voice, but he definitely, in the short amount of time that he was in the music industry, I mean, me and DOC talk all the time, and at the end of the day, y'all know how the rap game go. DOC was supposed to die. You know what I'm saying? Like that's usually the story now. DOC wasn't supposed to be alive. He survived that shit, you know? So, but they took the main thing that he had was his voice, but he still orchestrated a lot of stuff with Dr. Dre, with the Chronic Records and all that. So I wouldn't have wanted to live my rap like that way. But what else could he do? At least it didn't break his spirit, you know? A lot of dudes get popped and they break their spirit for real.
Yeah. He still want to do it, you know what I mean?
Right, he still knew how to write. He still did it. He still made some good songs. When you go look at the credits on Dr. Dre stuff, and even more stuff than that. Like, you know, the other people that came along, like Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg always credit DOC for being like the Phil Jackson. You know, you can't come in there in Dr. Dre's session and say anything, and if DOC don't like it, most likely it's not going to happen for you.
That's crazy. Yeah, heard Dre and DOC would be the last one in the studio with him all the time, just to be with him.
Right. Because Dre did the same thing to us when we hooked up with the Wrecking Crew, and Lonzo stole our music because we had a song called Gangs, and then Lonzo stole the song and made called Gang Bang. You're dead. You're lying in the street. And Dre was like, "Don't worry about it," because we were crushed. Me and Cube and KD, we were crushed. And Dre was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm gonna put y'all on. Don't worry about it. Y'all gonna get put on." And he kept his word. He did put us on.
That's dope.
Yo, okay, I have one more question for you. Then ask other brothers a couple questions, because when NWA and Ice Cube split, how did you feel being in the middle of that, especially with you going to Ice Cube to New York and shit? Did they have any feelings towards you because you were with him, or it didn't matter? I know Dre's your cousin and shit, but how was it felt?
But the funny thing is, when people ask me that question, I always say the same thing. I wasn't hired, so I didn't leave. I just went to New York. It wasn't like they didn't even know I was gone. You know what I mean? I wasn't home. I was just trying to place beats with JJ Fad and trying to place beats, I think, with Yomo and Marky or whatever, or whoever they had at the time. And, you know, I didn't really have the equipment that I needed at the time. So a lot of people was kind of bypassing my shit. And a dude named Calvin Anderson bought me SB1200. And then I started making better beats. So right when I started making better beats, all that shit went downhill. I pulled a rhythm back. I was supposed to take Yo-Yo over there. I was supposed to take a lot of people over there. But when we started figuring out the money wasn't right, it wasn't like I left. It was just like I just went with Cube because that's who I was with anyway. You know, Dre was in a different category. You know, we was still scraping the side of the pool right there. We wasn't on. You know, Cube did a couple of good songs with him, but he wasn't on. You know what I'm saying? They was waiting for that to fail. You know, so if I would have went there and it would have failed, then, you know, it would have been like, I did get a shot, but I wasn't getting a shot at Ruthless Records. They didn't give me a shot.
That's crazy. Ski Beats. What you got going on right now with your packs and everything? Let everybody know. You know what I mean? I want to keep everybody in this rotation.
Okay. Well, you know I'm doing the Smack Pack Volume 2 challenge, and with this challenge we're gonna give away. You know I give away equipment.
That's hella dope.
Yes.
MPCX, yo, that's
hella dope.
Yeah, you're gonna get my custom MPCX. Shit is dope. Wood panels, on skin, da 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 da.
Hey,
You gotta cop the pack to get involved. That's it.
Could you further elaborate? Could you further elaborate on this and how to get involved?
Excuse me?
Could you further elaborate on this on how to get involved?
Well, you know, if they're following my Instagram, Ski Beats, SKIBEATZ, just follow my gram and just, you know, you just gotta stay in tune, man. And what you do is once I post the pack up, you just hit me, and I'll tell you how you can get the pack. Once you cop the pack, then you know you're eligible to win. You feel me? When
are you putting this pack up? Yeah.
I'm trying to get it together, man. I'm working on it now. I'm almost done.
I'm just saying, you have my attention. You know?
I'll have the pack done by next week.
All right, that's dope. That's dope.
Shawn J Period, what you doing nowadays? What you got? Any projects coming out?
Been actually getting into the sound design thing. You know, been working on drum stacks. You see me promoted a lot through the shirts and the, you know, whatever. It's been a couple of years coming, but actually gonna start out with a contest too. But watching Ski, this was already an idea anyway, but Ski put the heat up now. You know what I mean? So but it's gonna launch, you know, within the next, let's say, roughly month. But we're gonna do a contest where people join. You know, they get like the 50 sounds or whatever in the pack to do it. But the winners get like a $500 Sweetwater gift certificate. You know, I've been planning that for a couple of years. You know, just to share the love with people. And then Kelsey, you know, I manage him and stuff like that. So we're gonna do like the judging, pick like the top 6, not just the one. Like the one winner will get that, but then we could do like private. Like a Q&A, and then invite different people in. You know, I hit them off with some money, bring them in, and so it's more like intimate situation like this where guys can, you know, talk to like some different industry people, lawyers. You know, obviously I hit Ski up or, you know, Jinx, whoever, you know, different people. You know, pay them a little bit, bring them in, so that just guys can get more of an intimate Q&A type thing, and not just trying to, you know, put it out there. You know, I won't record it, you know what I mean? But just doing that. So heavily focusing on, you know, that side right now, you know, so but that's what I'm doing.
And yo, to everybody on here, I just hit Ski right now. I'm DJ Sir Jinx on Instagram. And then, you know, everybody can get my it's DJ Sir Jinx at Gmail if we all want to connect. And then I'm gonna join y'all contest under a different name and win it.
It's all love. It's all love.
My name gonna be whack as hell too. Watch.
Yo, Stress.
Yo, what up? What up?
I forgot to mention also, Pilot Talk 4 is dropping in July. Just that's song coming out in July. Me and Splitter, we finished it. We actually did the whole album on a tour bus 2 years ago. But we finally about to. It's gonna be dope.
Do you actually before hold on, Ski, do you got any songs that you and Jay did that never came out?
Yeah, but I did them on ADAT, and all the ADATs got thrown away, so you never hear those songs ever.
Oh man.
I had an album. I had what 5 songs with Big L. We was working on the album too.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, you heard I heard the Price is Right. Doom 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 doom.
Yeah.
That shit hurt my soul when I just.
Hey, but look, the crazy thing is, I was talking when I was telling Young earlier, like I went and found my homeboy had a DAT player, like a little bitty handheld DAT player. So I went and found a box of like all my DATs. Like I had like 70 something DATs. So I know how you feel losing them ADATs, because I got crazy ADATs in my storage, but all the labels then fell off of them.
Yeah, you still got all the
magnetic, yo. You know what I mean? You be having static when you play them and shit.
Oh, the new DATs? I mean, playing DATs?
Yeah.
Right. But you just got to clean the heads. But mine was all like boxed up, and so it wasn't like just dust. You know, I had to work with it, and I'm doing an instrumental record right now called Imperial, and all the beats is from 90 to 95. Like they're all SP1200 beats, and they all crazy. So I'm blessed because I know so many producers lose their storages and lose their stuff, and I be like, man, I'm blessed just to be able to hear my young mind. My young mind was crazy.
Sure.
Lost my 3,000.
Domino, what you doing today? What's going on?
Nothing, just working with Dell, producing. Well, I manage Dell, and I'm still, the Hiero. We still doing things. We haven't been hanging out.
I talked to you about the right?
Yeah.
Okay,
right. Yeah.
Right.
In fact, I have it's on a cassette, unfortunately, but I got all y'all demos, all the Dell demos.
Duck season and all that shit.
Yeah, just
I
like
had
that.
I got it too. It's kind of funny.
But Domino, could you clear this? Could you clear it up for me? The 93 to Infinity. I always thought it was you. Was it a collab effort or?
That's Plea, right?
A+ did the beat. I was there, and I didn't produce it. He produced it. But I Quincy Jones produced the whole record. You know what I mean? Like I was the one who was directing it, and I made about 4 or 5 beats. But that particular song was A+ for sure. But a lot of people think I produced it because of the because on the video there's a shot of me on the board, and I was on the board and I mixed it. But that's an A+ track, 100%.
Yo,
in fact, when they first did it, it was called 91 to Infinity.
Oh,
Yo, Domino, I was just gonna say, man, Philip Drummond here in Oakland. We had Plea on the Global Beat Cypher last weekend, and he went through the details of how he found the record, how he recorded it on 45 and put it through I think it was an ASR or an Sonic that Dell gave him, right? It was like his own sample. And, and he talked about how he put it through a chorus effect. And then, and then he said he later went to a show, like the jazz show a couple of years ago. What was the guy he sampled? Ron?
Billy Cobham.
Billy Cobham. Right. He said he brought his copy of it and had him sign it and everything, but that it came from him listening to a lot of DJ Premier and Gangstar being one of his favorite groups. And he's like, man, I studied all the production names that I had to cite on the original records, and I saw that Premier sampled Billy Cobham. Went and bought all his records at the record store, and just was like, how did Premier not use this? So we did that last week when we had him on the show. I told him about this, so hopefully he'll hop on in, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 when he gets back into town. But
Domino, I want to ask you a question. This is a question I always wanted to ask. When did Casual become a part of it? Because I remember they were going back and forth, like in the beginning, like Casual wasn't a part of it. Like that was like they battling guys. Like,
he grew up with them. I heard, this is what I heard, is that his mother wouldn't let him go down to LA. Because a lot of them used to go
Ah,
down, and his mom, he's the youngest. In fact, a lot of people don't know. I think Tajay is the actual youngest, but Casual is Tajay's. They're both were like when they got signed, they were both like 17,
but I'm
and
going
so
back to the TDK days.
Huh.
yes,
So you
he was they went to elementary together, and so he
right,
was
right.
around and he was rapping. But I remember him saying, my mom would never let me go to any of these things that they was going. They used to take trips down to LA, is what they used to tell
Casual's
me.
the youngest?
He was born in December of 74, and Tajay, yeah, he's in December. Tajay, I think, is April of 75. So I think Tajay is the
Adam's
youngest.
older than him.
Yeah, because when they got signed to Jive, we had to wait hella long because the court had to approve the contract because they were both minors. And so I remember the shit was in limbo for months as we were waiting for the court to approve the deal because they were both 17 in 1993. So what is that? Or no, it was actually not in 93. It was like maybe 92 or 91 when they signed.
Right.
That's some dope shit.
That's crazy because how you just said you're managing with Dell and Jinx is with Cube and they're both cousins and y'all both in here. That's crazy. Like, yo.
Was that the
I was told-
trifecta? Is that called the trifecta
Yeah,
effect?
I was told that they wasn't cousins one time. They were just saying that shit, but you guys are confirming they are actual cousins. It's real and
Hey,
shit.
so hey, Domino, let me shoot this at you. Dr. Dre was paying for that.
He was what? He was
He
paying
was
for
paying
that?
for it. He was paying for the trips because I was supposed to get them. They were supposed to be my group to sign the Ruthless. So Dre would give me $150, and they'd catch the train, and I make sure they get the money. And my mom had to talk to Dale mom. My mom had to, because they all stayed with me. You know what I'm saying? We was like a big ass rap slumber party. Like everybody get a floor, find your spot on the floor, nigga.
They told
claim
me.
it now. Don't be by the door.
Adam was talking about some studio he went to when he was a kid, and they made him take off all of his most of his clothes because he was wearing the wrong color.
Yeah, we were saying that shit.
Well,
I heard about
the cold thing with them was, I'm always, I was like the puff daddy of my day. Like, everybody had to come through my lane, But the issue was, I know they didn't have to take it. I don't know. They wasn't with me when that happened. But they used to say blood all the time.
Yeah, blood. They say blood in
the
Oakland.
Bay.
Right.
Yeah.
Terrible word to say when you at the Slaughter Swap meet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they young and they like, nah, blood, come here, blood. And everybody looking at them. I'm like, no. They like, oh, these dudes is turned up. But that's just back in the day. And they'll grab their mouth like, and
that's what happens when Bay Cats go down to LA.
Huh?
I said that's what happens when Bay Cats and Oakland Cats go down to LA.
Well, it depends on how you look and how you rocking, and because now Slaughter Swap Meet is all bloods now, so they'll fit right in now. They'll fit right the fuck in because Slaughter Swap Meet is in a blood neighborhood, but it was being ran by like a Crip world, but then the Bloods and regain their strength, and you might not want to be in there. Well, I'm not a gang member anyway, so I just know the street logistics of what to do and what not to do out here. All the people that come from New York and they want to bust laps and go everywhere. That's why I was telling him about Buckshot Shorty. When anybody that come out here, they be like, Jinx is the mayor. Come see him. I'll keep you out of trouble. You want to see Compton Swap Meet? You want to see that? We just going to be in there for a minute. We're going to be in there for a minute. Before they start smelling our cologne, it's time to go.
Well, you got in mind on the Cali, baby.
Yeah, but it's dope. It's dope, man. It's dope to talk to producers, man. So what are you using, Domino? What you using?
I'm using the machine, but I still I rock the MPC for a lot of years. So every once in a while, I'll just get the feel, and I'll just fuck with the old analog shit here and there. But I'm trying to you know how it is when you want to make that transition from your old machine to your new machine. It kind of takes some time because what you used before is just so easy and you know it like the back of your hand. So I had to just stay off it. I just feel like I got to just stick to the machine so I know how to do it. So the machine is the main thing I do. I mean, I fuck with Pro Tools as far as where I put everything down to, though.
Oh,
And
right.
I do. And here and there I'll do with Ableton, but most of that's for the live show. When we do our live shit, that's what I rock it
You
off.
perform stuff live on Ableton?
Yeah, we be using the multi-tracks from a lot, because I got all the multi-tracks from all the Hiero stuff, all the early souls. And so basically we use the multi-track. So I'm basically controlling the track live. So I might just play it different so we can extend it. So we can do like, how bands do when they play a song, they have that long, 4-minute intro before he starts singing. We're able to do that. Because, I feel like it starts to get boring to where like you do a show and then it's like you play the record exactly how the record sounds. You know what I mean? It's like, I'd be bored of that after a while. So
you got a push? Are you using a push or APC or what?
APC is what I've been using. I have a push too, but it was too much going on with the push. I felt like
I'll show you anytime why the push is the best for doing live beat sets. Any day of the week, I put that up against anything.
Probably, yeah. But I like the levers though. I like the levers, the volume levers on the APC, which is why I fuck with it. But
one other thing. What happened to the record? I heard you work on a record with Bridgie Cunning. Is that true?
We just never. Yeah, we did. We've done like 10 songs. And we just always, it's one of those things where things start coming up and we do songs here and there, and we never really got to the point of finishing it. But we always say, oh, we're about to revisit that. He'll send me a song we did like 5 years ago, and it's like, this shit's incredible, So hopefully that shit'll come out, at some point when we get our act together.
I'm waiting definitely hungrily, man. I mean, Richie's one of my favorite MCs, I think just about ever, and I know that's a bold statement, but I mean, kid's super nice, and he's no slouch of a producer himself. That guy's an amazing producer.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
Check it right. We like my partner Stress loves the who name your top 5 question, right? But we gonna alter it up. If you had to do your own symphony record, 4 MCs, who's gonna be your 4 MCs on your production?
Who, me?
Start with Shawn J. You could go first.
Repeat. You said 4 MCs.
4 MCs, your own symphony record.
That I haven't worked with at all, or just
period, right?
Period. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I'll start with most. Work with him. Nas. This is hard.
That's a very hard question.
Yeah, man.
You gotta choose your words carefully.
Yeah, of course.
Everybody thinking, look, he rubbing his chin.
Thinking before it gets to y'all. Your Ski's like at the end towards you. Like I got
just name all my top 5 MCs, right?
Top 4, really.
4, shit.
Well, okay, I would say if Guru was still alive, it would be Guru. Man.
Somebody said Biggie.
How many is that? How many is that?
I mean, we can use dead MCs. That's kind of unfair.
You can't use dead MCs.
You can't use dead MCs. I mean, you got some vocals somewhere.
No Dev Nas.
Yeah, dang, man. He's put me up first, dude. This has been good. Be second or third.
Rocko did it this time.
Funny enough, I would actually say Pete Rock, because I like the way he raps.
That's tough.
Wow.
That's tough, actually.
Even say
not
CL.
CL? You gonna snuff CL like that?
Yeah, I like doing CL rap, but it just
Pete Rock does got an ill voice, yo. I like Pete Rock.
Yeah, it's like definitely that and just to say Jay-Z. That's an easy one. So.
Easy
Sir
way
Jinx,
out.
man, you look like you're next, man.
First, first it definitely be goddamn Jay-Z. That'll be but you know I'm a Gemini, so I change when the weather changes. So I definitely would probably I'm really throwing this out there lightly, but I would definitely want to do Royce 5'9". I would want to do rock with him. Could it be somebody I already work with?
Yeah. He worked on most. He picked most Def. So.
Oh, okay. Word. I'll say Jay-Z. I say Royce, just because I like Royce 5'9", and probably Large Professor.
Oh shit.
And and like one of my guys out here, like a dude named Mike Stroh. I'll probably do Mike Stroh, and that's cool. I think I can win with that one.
Phil, you got a thought for her?
Are you telling me?
Yeah, you got a four?
Oh, that's
you got like 6.
I got top 6. All right, first of all, number one, and they're number one on my top 5 MCs list anyway, would be Big Daddy Kane. That's shit, man. I mean, it's hard to pick between him and Cool G Rap because I'm big fans of both of them, but that might be kind of hard to have to.
They already been on a symphony.
No, but I'm saying like, what is it? Don't Curse.
Yeah.
That's like
in the days of slavery. Some got the gun away and
hey, we always took that like it was a shot to the east, to the West Coast, man.
Really?
Right.
That's
they didn't like it. They didn't like it. They didn't like us. They didn't like the NWA. We was getting it from all angles, and then all this stuff comes in, and when they say don't curse, we took that offensive.
Okay. And you saying that while you're on the West Coast?
I didn't even realize that shit. All right, so who's your other ones?
All right, so
I just threw that out there because we really thought they're like, oh shit, we can't curse. Run DMC said I just made the motherfucker up last night. Who he talking to?
I think Big Daddy Kane, Biggie, and honestly, I think Casual is one of the best ever too. Like I've been a Casual fan, and I think he'd be sick on it. Man, I love the way that Lauryn Hill rapped back in the day on the first record.
There you go. There you go. Because I got a female in one of mine. I got a female in mine.
Domino, who you picking?
I mean, first and foremost, my favorite MC is Rakim. So he'd have to be on it. Ice Cube, man. I think Ice Cube is underrated, man. He's one of the 5 best MCs, period. When you talk about influence, he's the best storyteller, even better than Slick Rick to me, hands down. And so, I think Cube's stories is right on par with Slick Rick's to me. But maybe that's a West Coast thing.
Well, I didn't think you understood Cube, and like Slick Rick was the leader of the stories, but Cube stories more pertain to what you understand, you know. Because when I like rappers, sometimes I see the West Coast rappers don't like some East Coast rappers because East Coast rappers don't say the shit that we understand. Like we have to break out a book.
That's like a lot of people don't like Eminem for that reason. A lot of people don't understand Eminem and shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's
right. That's me personally. But let's see. So that's 2. Right. I'd have to go. You know, one somebody I think is really underrated, and I love his flow, Brother J.
You do something with him right now, Sir Jinx, or something? You just did
that's my guy. I'm in secret.
Oh my God.
I
love Brother J, man.
Whenever Brother J call me up, he be like, Jinx, you want he know his voice deep, hey, you want to do this show? And I'll be like, yeah. And then when they see me behind the wheels, they be like, oh shit, how did that happen? So I've been dealing with Brother J because he's been living out here for years. He's been
been in LA a while,
Right.
And then probably Black Thought.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Wow. I was waiting.
Really?
Lyrically, man, that man is a monster.
Yeah.
There you go.
Lyrical monster.
We was on Geffen together. Like before they went to MCA, we was on DreamWorks together. and I had a group. I had an artist on DreamWorks, and that's how I met Black Thought and was it Kamal, the keyboard player. Me and him actually became cool, but the rest of the people was just like, you know, because I'm a band type of guy, you know. So the lead guys usually don't fuck with me. So, but Black Thought did, and Black Thought and Kamal. Yeah, so Black Thought is definitely underrated. He can rap. Well, he's on a TV show, so obviously he can rap.
Yeah.
Brother Ali's hella underrated.
As far as the symphony goes, though, if I could just grace you with my four, I would have to say Black Thought, My Song.
My Song.
Not.
Are you talking about your real seed, or that's the rapper name?
Nah.
No, my song. Yeah, the rapper. The rapper.
I was like, that's arrogant as fuck. Oh, my daughter.
My son.
I was like, okay. My son. Okay. Rapper name. Okay.
So if I had a symphony, like I said, it would be Black Thought, you know, My Song, and Nas, and probably Talib Kweli.
Talib over most.
Just because, like, in nowadays, in the climate of everything, I feel like they would just come together and say some powerful shit. You know what I mean? That's undeniable.
I think Jay would.
Yo, Ski, who you picking?
Oh, MCs, huh? MCs. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would definitely say Black Thought. I would definitely say Royce 5'9".
Yeah.
I'll probably say RJ Payne. And I'll throw in a wild card and say Drake, because Drake can fucking run.
Yo.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad.
That'll get you a hit right there.
So, City, who you picking?
My favorite for going 2 years now.
So my list, and I guess this is just due to my age again, and my list is a little bit left field. So, and this is basically strictly off of me, you know, for just the love of sound. But I have a huge thing as far as a rapper's voice is concerned, or a rapper's flow pattern. So I will go off on the rip, Buckshot. So I would start with Buckshot, then I would go with Jadakiss.
Okay.
And then the next one is between either Sticky Fingers or it's either Sticky Fingers or a new rapper by the name of Chris Oric. Yeah. And then the last one, because I definitely love her flow pattern, is Bug Brown.
What's her name?
That's an interesting one.
Bug Brown.
What? Say it again.
Bug, Boog Brown.
Bullet Brown.
Boog, like boog.
Bug, like booger.
Yeah.
Booger Brown. Like boog.
It kind of fucked me up because it was like the Look Who's Burning is like Philip Brown. Philip Brown.
Oh yeah, Philip Brown.
I was like, who?
Hey, so
That's hilarious.
Program, you got a 4?
Say what?
Program, you can hear me? You got a 4?
Yeah. Oh shit. Man, I'm trying to think, man. I'm into the storytelling MCs too. So Q would naturally go up there, along with Biggie, along with Scarface, along with Slick Rick.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good story. That's a good storytelling.
That's a bomb album.
You know who else is an ill-ass storyteller? MC8. MC8 is like one of the illest storytellers I ever heard.
Yeah.
And shit, I have to throw in some Andre 3000 because I mean he's one hell of a storyteller.
Yo, I got four that none of y'all picked and shit that I would like to hear together. I mean, I have to say. I have to. I'm gonna pick Pharoah Monch to be in that shit.
You got to.
Pharoah Monch, Lord Finesse, Elzai, and Sean Price. Those are the 4 people I'm gonna pick right now. You know what I'm saying?
I completely forgot
Hey,
about Carmash.
I would love, because some of us have the same people, but I would love to see like an octagon of all come from a different angle with all the people. Like, I got 10,000, I got 20,000 on this guy.
So based on the question, is it safe to say that the symphony is the best posse cut of all time?
Pretty much, right? And
That scenario,
super
Who you
rich.
defining best? How
you got
define it best?
Headbanger.
Right. You got a few.
You got.
I would say the best symphony song is "Fuck the Police."
Yeah, but they're already a group, though, right? These are like
Live at the barbecue.
Like, posse.
barbecue,
Yeah.
Yo, what's
Live at the barbecues. Huh?
What's the shit with LL Cool J, Foxy Brown, and all them motherfuckers? What was that?
Rampage?
4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6.
What about the Graveyard with
That was dude. What was his name? What was his name? That you don't want me to shine. You
Cannabis.
Wasn't that the Cannabis song?
That's 4, 5, 6. I thought, or what is that called? 1, 2.
Nah, that's Cool G Rap right there. 4, 5, 6.
No, not 4, 5, 6. What's
from LL? Yeah, he's got that.
4, 3, 2, 1 or whatever.
Yeah, 4.
Oh
right.
yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 3. Yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. I got it confused with the
Yo,
G-Rap,
but Sir Jinx got the joint on the G-Rap album with G-Rap, Ice Cube, Scarface, and I keep forgetting his name. Get him with dude.
Rest in peace, Bushwick Bill. Shout out Bushwick Bill. He rest in peace right now. Hey, let me tell y'all something. I know some of you guys might have some regrets, and it's something that you should have did and you didn't do, and to this day you regret it. And one of the regrets I have is on that song with Cool G Rap, and I didn't, and I wasn't involved because it would have been 5 people on the song, and I regret not putting Willie D on that song. I regret that. And I told Willie D, and Willie D came to the studio, and he was like, "I ain't on it." You know how Willie D is.
Oh, wow.
He was pissed, and I'm like, "Hey, man, this is a New York song. I don't know. They just picking this dude because you know how shit was going." But I wish that's one of my regrets.
Because we ain't respect Willie till probably further down the line.
But I wasn't a check payer though. I was just the producer. I was dealing with Cool G Rap on it. So not that Cool G Rap didn't want him on it, but back in them days, rap started being 3 verses. So to have Bushwick, Scarface, Ice Cube, Cool G Rap, and then that song would have been about 7 minutes long.
Yeah.
Could have still recorded that.
You remember when they did the scenario? Was it part 2 and shit?
The remix. Well, Hood.
The first guy who died, Hood, and it's crazy. Hood. And wife round first and second, and they both passed away. You know what I mean? Like,
rest in peace.
That's probably the best posse cut ever.
That was
Scenario.
My favorite group is the Tribe Called Quest. That's my favorite group.
Busta stole that, but still.
Yeah, Busta killed that shit.
Yeah.
For me, it is the symphony though. Those all them verses are just murdering.
I guess it depends. Like, what's the standard? Because different periods of time, you have different levels of expected cadences and wordplay and flow and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Oh, if the symphony is a part of what's coming out of everybody's mouth, that was the beginning. So anything, if you can't bring up another song that's in more recent time, then that's even bringing that up is even.
And you can't count a group, right? Like Wu-Tang's first album.
No, that's a posse cut is like a crew of people. Yeah, I mean, Wu doesn't really count. They have a whole album.
But y'all,
please.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry, brother. Please forgive me for this. I remember it's right on the tip of my tongue. I need y'all help right now. The song with Noriega, Styles P.
Being from TV.
What happened?
Being from TV.
Yes. TV was
so that on the joint
from Nori's album, right?
So that quick as hell.
Big pun. Okay. Big puns on it.
And Cameron.
Big Pun was a
John
problem.
Blaze was a dope posse.
But y'all saying the symphony, but the symphony, they were the Juice Crew though. They were
That's
a
true.
crew.
That's
So they
true.
were a crew.
That's true.
So they wasn't separate. They were all a crew, and they was going against BDP. We all know this.
But there was a
When you
crew,
say-
but there was like separate artists, and they
They
wouldn't
weren't
always
putting
be
out
putting
albums
songs
together.
and shit. They would just be sometimes, you know what I mean? Like if you go to Kane's album, you don't hear Coogee raps on his first album. You know what I mean? You don't hear Bismarcky didn't have Coogee rap on his first album, or Shan didn't have none of them. You know what I'm saying? Like boom, they all had their like until Marley was one that piecing them all together. Respect to Marley Marl and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I respect to Molly Marl.
Infinite respect.
Modern time, Slaughterhouse, like for me
Is
anyway.
that, but that's a group, right? That's not
No.
It's no longer a posse.
And,
thing.
and they
guess
don't have a
technically it's a group,
classic
yeah.
that we can just throw up. You know.
yeah, we all
What-
say the
what's
words
that,
and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah.
What's that one joint that Preem had produced that had LL, Fat Joe,
Oh, you
J.
digging in the
Rue.
crates? You talking about digging in the crates? Because that's what I was gonna say.
LL.
I was gonna say
LL, you
It
mean
had,
Big L or
it had,
LL? Big L or LL?
no, it had LL, it had Dougie Fresh, it had Fat Joe, it had Boot Camp, and J. Rue. All the same song.
I don't know.
I don't know that one.
Dude,
Like
yo,
fucking
listen.
the Brooklyn
Supa,
Dodgers, but LL wasn't on that shit.
Let
Yeah.
me try to find that
I
track.
never heard LL rap on a DJ Premier beat. I mean, that's what you know what I'm saying? Like,
That shit probably be crazy.
yo, you know what, Jinx, my favorite production that Dre's ever did, and people might look at me as crazy, is when Cube left. The for Running for Life. That was my
100 miles and running.
production on that. Yeah. No, the
Are you
album.
talking about niggas for life?
EP, not the LP, the whole album.
Okay,
for life.
With Sucking the Dick
Yeah.
Part 2, teaching that album right there, the beats on that whole album, the whole beat, I like that.
Yeah.
Fucking
Hey,
album.
hey, look, that was the beginning of the end, cause that's when I'm sure this is out there already, and Eric was playing around, and Dre dropped the album on Brian Turner. That's why the album cover was painted, cause it was the beginning of the end. That's why they didn't shoot no videos to that.
That fucking album was crazy though.
I
could
think
play
they
that
did do
album.
100 miles and running.
Yeah.
They did do a video.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
No, it wasn't 100 miles away. I can't say the word, but it's the NIGGA for
It was
life.
the niggas for life, yeah.
That album right there was like, yo, on some real shit. No. I'm saying on some real shit. Like that album was crazy, yo.
That had the
I listen
stomach.
to it to this day, and I'm like, yo, you know what I mean? It's like the same vibe I was getting with the Sir Jinx beats and shit. Like I always, like I said before, like I always like, ooh, where the fuck is Sir Jinx? Where the like when I looked at you like, where's Solid Scheme? Remember Solid Scheme
Right.
doing that DOS effect shit? I'm like, these dudes, certain dudes like
Right.
y'all. I'm like, where is these dudes at? I haven't seen these dudes in a minute.
yeah,
But Mama's
straight up.
So what?
No.
What happened?
But yeah, my mistake. So let me correct. So it wasn't LL. It was actually KRS-One. That's my bad.
The D&D studio
That changes everything.
Oh yeah, it was.
Everything.
It was.
Everything.
It was Jerry.
Is that a demo? What the fuck?
No, it was
Western-
KRS. It was KRS-One. It was Dougie Fresh, Fat Joe, Mad Lion, Smith and Wesson, and J. Rue the Amateur.
Mad
The joint was
Lion.
called 1 2 Pass It.
That was on the D&D project and shit.
My Mad Lion.
Ah,
Mad Lion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blaze, man.
What?
Yeah.
Well, KRS-One did beats that nobody get props for. KRS-One did that Channel Live shit. KRS-One did that fucking Mad Lion shit. He did a lot of the fucking the by all means
Hey,
necessary.
motherfucker.
Hey, yo, Ski.
Yo,
What did you say earlier? Because I peep you chomping at the bits.
can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
I said, yo, posse joint. John Blaze was a posse record, right?
Oh yeah.
John Blaze, that's what I say, digging in the crates. That John Blaze. That's what I said. I would
That was
yeah.
Yeah.
was show, what was it? Fat Joe.
It was
Diamond, I think Diamond D did it.
Nas.
Nas on it. Show and AG.
Jadakiss. Yeah.
I love that song.
Yeah, there's all them dudes are coming with all fire. Those are all like heavyweight rappers and shit. You know?
But
I forgot.
I have a question. I have a question for the producers online right now. When you go into the studio that you're unfamiliar with, what song do you play to make you familiar with the speakers?
Your reference.
Oh man.
Of the clouds.
Actually, I say Kendrick Lamar, Black and the Berry. I actually use that as a reference track because it's a good balance between heavy New York compression type stuff and West Coast. Like, it's a really good middle ground song.
What,
But
Above
wait,
the Clouds?
It'll make you learn the speakers.
Kendrick Lamar, Black and the Berry.
Right.
There was this one joint on a S3oul Elliot album that had everything compressed like hell, but it was like sharp. It was clean. Like the mix was completely clean. Like no dust, no scratches from whatever sample he was using. It was a completely clean mix. But yeah, that's the joint that I would use as far as a monitor or a reference.
Right.
That's a
Who's
good
next?
question. That's a good question.
I would say
Still Dre.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. That's a good call.
Still Dre.
Yeah.
But that's what I would use.
Who's next? Because I got mine. Mine is a world tour. But try call
The next episode, yo. The next episode.
Yeah,
That's
that
fucking
one too.
knocking.
the Tri-Car Quest Award Tour. That
When that
motherfucker
bass-
bumps more than anything I've. And I play two of them. I play Award Tour.
Oh my God.
And I play Luther Vandross Superstar. I play those two.
Right.
And I have another one, actually.
Shining Star.
Boss Skaggs, Lowdown. Song because it helps you with the hi-hats and playing.
Right, because I hit the symphony out of Luther, but then I need the
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah, well, if you're referencing panning, then the Shut 'Em Down remix with Pete Rock.
Ooh. Just that song in general. That's the best remix ever done, damn near.
Yo, talking about that, how was it like working with the Bomb Squad, Sir Jinx? How was that? You know what I'm saying? Because
I was on my. I mean, I'm sure you guys are all on your own. I ain't gonna put that word out, but y'all on your own. And I was just on my own, and real people respect real people, you know. And I wasn't there for play. I wasn't a groupie, and I wasn't a roadie, and I wasn't an entourage. And they figured me out, like. But I had to work with Eric Sadler, and Eric Sadler made me make them understand me because they didn't understand me. Like Keith and Hank, they was like, "Who is this guy? Why is he even talking?" You know. But Eric Sadler was the guy that made them understand me a little more. Like, you know, they say, "Oh, he knows something." And I had a long talk with Eric Sadler, then he figured it out. But Hank, I didn't really have a relationship with Hank. But Hank was like, whatever goes has to go through Hank. So it was almost like when Hank walked in the studio, it was like dum dum dum, like he might.
Isn't it Dre like that too, though? Isn't that like Dre's mentality or no?
He wasn't as threatening.
Oh, all right.
Drea say that shit is whack, but he'd just be like, "Nah, I don't know. Maybe we can work with it." Drea just shoots your shit out the sky, Jack. He'd be like, "That shit whack."
Let me. Hey, Jinx, on Once Upon a Time in the Projects, what did they add to it, or is that just all you, or did they add anything to it?
They add nothing.
The Bomb Squad. Okay, that's just 100% you.
What the situation was, when at the end of the day, when we got the credits back, I did more on the record than anybody, because I did the inserts, I did the other stuff. It's produced by Sir Jinx, so they were paid to produce the record. So that's why they started putting co-produced under my songs. And I was like, they wasn't even there. They, you know, I feel like I made a real statement because they were on fast music. And I came with ba 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 boo. They left the room. Like that ain't gonna do it. It's like that's not gonna do it. That Betty Davis, they just say that's not gonna do it. That's not gonna be better than Endangered Species, nigga. And that ended up being a real classic right there.
And all the sound effects in the background are all you too.
Right.
Because you know, if you listen on the headphones, you can hear everything he's saying going on in the background.
Wow.
Because America's Most Wanted, it was supposed to be a theme record. Like it was supposed to be, the songs are out of place because we didn't. It took a lot to make those inserts. Those inserts wasn't cheap. They wasn't like, oh, just play a sound effect and say a vocal. It was like we using like all kind of shit to make it work. So it got a little too much because it's supposed to be America's Most Wanted, and he's supposed to end up being America's Most Wanted. So the songs are out of sequence on that idea, and we changed the sequence to make America's Most Wanted come first, because Endangered Species and Rolling with the Lynch Mob, it was a big story that happened with America's Most Wanted, but it just got too extravagant, and we just
he kind of did that with on the second album, not the EP, but because he had the one side, the death side and the life side, you know, where it was like, you know, here's all the bad stuff, but then it's all good in the end.
Right. But it was a little easier on my turf, and I got the experience to work with them, and you know, like Hank and Chuck, they was kind of like the Dre's, you know. So I was just young. I was 19 years old working on that music. And then when we came back and I did Jackin' for Beats, and we changed the whole world with that. And then we came back with Death Certificate. I was on my own shit right there. I was really on my own shit. I was really on mine. Like I really felt like I was Mike Tyson. I really felt like
Death Certificate was crazy, man.
Death Certificate's incredible.
You know when y'all, you know how you guys give people beats, and then you sit back and be like, I don't know if they gonna like it. Nah, I already knew he gonna like it.
Hey, you know what I have the multi-track to is I guess it's the demo that was on a Dell reel, and it's basically the man's best friend beat, and it's Cube kicking another rhyme over it. And it was on a Dell. It was on a Dell reel.
Damn.
Well, that probably was the DJ Pooh beat, because DJ Pooh had a lot of beats. Like DJ Pooh did Summer Vacation, DJ Pooh did Colorblind, and DJ Pooh, you know, it was DJ Pooh, Bobcat, and a dude named
he did,
DJ
man.
Brush.
Oh, you didn't do anything man's best friend?
Nah.
Okay.
All the stuff I did with Q, they all end up being videos. So True to the Gang, Human Auto, like, you know, me and DJ Pooh came together to do Steady Mobbing. That's why Q say my name in the song, like Sir Jinx, because we, you know, whenever you're in the studio and Q get the writing, your name end up in the track. So I was getting mad at Q because he wouldn't put my name in goddamn songs. So that was the one. He said, okay, niggas, Sir Jinx,
when G-Rap did the cock blocking joint, the CBI and shit, you guys, he wrote that for you to do that. Yo, G-Man, where's the ice and shit? Like, yo, here's a Jinx, my man. Like, that whole song is so crazy. The whole everything about it. Like, I mean, the situation's whack, but you know what I'm saying? Because nobody wants to be in that situation.
So you got to remember, like I told you, like back in the day, oh man, we had it popping. So sometimes they have us in separate rooms, but then they'll be like, oh, okay, y'all want to be in the Peabody, oh, you want to be in the this, you know, because he'll go home and come back. So then now, when we in the room together, you know, you supposed to be asleep, and I'd be like, hey, G, you sleep? And he with a girl, and that's how we kind of came up with it.
Oh, for real?
Like, you know how they had the two beds in the thing, and I'm supposed to be dead asleep. and I wake up in the middle of the night like, G, you sleep?
So,
Like, G, you got blocking. And then we made the whole song up on it.
Yeah,
so,
yo,
so this.
played that the day.
Go ahead.
Oh,
What?
No, I was just saying, Stretch just played that the other day.
Yeah, yo, because that joint, yo, I'm like, yo, that's. And this is before you. I mean, maybe it was right when you told me you would do this shit. And I'm like, all right, yeah. So I'm like, all right. So I was like excited. I'm like, yo, Sir Jinx, man, Sir Jinx, yo, because, yo, that
Hey,
whole.
man, I appreciate it, man. And you guys, you know, we all got our own lane, and we respect each other. And, you know, we all got, you know, dominoes on the table, you know, and we're going to keep it pushing. You know, it's a weird parade going around right now. I don't know if anybody want to be on this parade, but I'm gonna let this shit pass. I don't have no beats for today. Not a one. I don't want to be that good. Like,
How do you feel about the state of hip hop right now?
right. I don't want to be that good. This nigga Jinx went through 5 genres. Nah.
No, but I remember you told me on the phone earlier today too that you were saying that when you came to New York, you was not playing. You was like, I gotta show these motherfuckers I'm coming from Cali to New York that
Right.
nobody to be playing and shit, like for real.
Well, hold on. Let me change the lighting. The fucking sun went down. Now I'm in y'all world. In New York is whatever. But I mean, I'm sure everybody got their arrogance, you know. You know, I'm not to be played with. You know, I'm really serious in the studio. You know, people, and I learned from Dr. Dre. You know, you keep the temperature cold and keep the tracks hot. Niggas want to fall asleep in the studio, we kick them in the parking lot. That's it. It is no plan. Like, and if you feel that way, that's just the way I feel. So when I went to New York, you know, they just didn't they didn't understand my intensity of how I feel about music and how I want to complete missions. Some people just want to poot and giggle around the studio and take 3 days to make a beat. I already know what the beat sound like.
That's kind of funny hearing that though, because like in New York, you think people are about business, and Cali's supposed to be laid back.
All the way down.
Yeah.
But it sounds like he learned. Dre taught him a certain.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a Dre question, because I hear that someone said that Dre mixes really loud, like the music is really loud in the studio. Is that true?
Man,
Yeah.
yo, bleeding like a girl on her 7th date, Jack. Hey, we tell you, we ain't, you know, when he said I keep your heads ringing, he really mean that.
Crazy.
We be like, hey, Dre. He like, huh? He like, oh, I got it. I know what it is. Yeah, nah, Dre mix loud. I mix loud, but I enjoy it low. I mix low and enjoy it loud.
Right.
There you go. Yep.
Hell yeah.
I celebrate the beat, and when I can listen to it, it's in its entirety. Because when I make beats, I sometimes I might be just listening to the hi-hat the whole time. Like it's the hi-hat flanging with the snare and with the crash, or is the beat going, the kick going against the bass line. I don't listen to the song until I get away from it, and that's when you know everybody know let my ears breathe, because I'm not paying attention to the song. I'm picking it apart. Like when I listen to anybody music, I usually pick it apart and then be like, oh, he used that. Oh, he used that, and then later I enjoy it. But
don't you think most producers do that though?
Excuse me?
Most producers do that though. You hear the snare drum, you hear how it's mixed, you hear what kind of kick drum they use,
right?
That kind of thing.
Yo,
so that's what I do. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. Soul was about to say something.
No, I was just gonna ask, because I had one question beforehand, but then it turned into another question in my mind. So, as far as everybody here is concerned, because I feel like there was that one specific song that everybody said, oh, this? All right, I'm gonna start making beats myself. So, and I remember Pete Rock's Fly Till I Die. That was definitely the song that said, all right, I want to start making my own beats. And I want to start making beats like this. So I'm wondering if everybody has that one song that made them want to start production?
That's crazy you say that, because for me, it actually wasn't a song at all. It was my love for hip hop, but it manifested from DJing. Like, I got it when I was 17. I got a pair of Technique 1210s, and Stex mixer, the amp, all that shit, and so I was on a mission with that. But in the meantime, between time, I ended up getting my hands on some old soul records. I got probably 4 or 5 crates, and I was digging through them, and I already had like a decent little selection, nothing huge, but I had some like break beats, plus I had some, at the time the instrumentals that was out, and I was blending the old school shit with everything that was new. So I just kind of got the concept of looping, going back, you know what I mean, mixing and scratches in between and all that. So when it was also, I was basically making beats, but without actually making anything. I was just mixing and blending the records, but I had the concept of making beats in my mind. So that's actually what got me to start making beats.
No.
Cheers.
Damn. That's a good question.
Hey, I'm gonna fuck y'all up. When I thought I could be in the music game is when I heard Captain Rock, and when I heard what's it? I forgot his name. He just passed away. Schweitzer, Super Rhyme. When I heard Super Rhyme, I thought I could do it.
That was my first record. First hip hop record my dad bought. I can't say that I bought it, but my dad had it.
Right. It's the latest thing. Make you want to swing. I think that was 70, 79. I don't know. But my uncle Kevin Crace, that's my mother brother. He had the equipment, but Captain Rock, when I heard Captain Rock, when I heard Supreme Team Show, I had to throw my hat in the ring.
Right. Right.
I mean, like I MC, but as far as making beats, to make me think I had an ear, probably had to be something by Public Enemy.
Bring the noise.
Welcome to the Terror Dome.
Fucking Rebel Without a Pause or something like that. And then probably something by Pete Rock. Probably that Shut It Down shit.
Rebel Without a Pause is on the B side of Less Than Zero. Who had that single?
Yeah, Black Flames is the A side.
Yeah.
I had that shit.
Hey, you remember when their picture was big and then their picture became small?
Yeah, they had high hopes for Black Flames, apparently.
Black Flames flamed out, Jack. Who else? Somebody else got to say the first song that made you.
Yeah, I would say Manifest by Gangstar.
Oh, wait, which one? The remix or the original?
On the album. I heard it actually. I grew up in Virginia. I heard it on AM radio, actually. You know, obviously had AM. I remember hearing it. I was like, dude, who is this? You know?
What was it?
But even prior, say it again.
No, Sean, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
I was saying that even prior to that, I had a cousin of mine who Tyrone. I grew up in, let's say, in the rural area. He grew up in the city, and he actually I borrowed a VHS tape of him. That's actually how I was exposed to like DJ Pooh and let's say Power Rule and all these people like Sir Mix-a-Lot. Like I had a whole VHS, and I just studied this tape. So I actually, from a production standpoint, I actually studied like people that weren't just even East Coast. Like I got exposed to like West Coast guys and like just in Houston and all, and like it was just like, and I think that helped me from a production standpoint to appreciate not just like the area from where I'm from, but also like, you know, being expansive and stuff like this. So I would say Manifest, and then that VHS tape that my cousin loaned me that had like all the from different areas.
Yeah.
What was the question? You said what was the first?
So what I asked everybody was because at least that's how at least I thought that's how everybody felt, was that one song that got you to say, yo, I want to make beats too now.
I can't think of one song. You know, I can think
an album that made me wanna to get into music and stop breakdancing and shit. I can tell you what did, and that was Run DMC's first album. That made me want to fucking When I was going to battle, we was walking to go battle. My man was playing my old man.
Run DMC is Here We Go, because Here We Go actually came out before and it got released later.
Yeah, but he was playing the whole album on the box and shit. And I'm like, listen, who the fuck is this? You know, the white lines and the Grandmaster Flash and all that. It was cool to me, you know what I mean? It's like, I'll break dance to that shit. I'm gonna break dance to Nucleus, jam on it, and all that other stuff. But then when that Run DMC shit came out, and that shit had that hard feeling. No homo, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But that shit.
That's 83. That's 83 because he said it in the goddamn song.
Yeah, he says it in the song, right?
Really,
and then the album came out in '84.
That album was crazy.
The album came out in '84, but then the Here We Go came out when Lottie Dottie came out because of Jam Master Jay. Rest in peace, Jam Master Jay. Yeah. I was gonna wear my Jam Master Jay shirt, but it wouldn't even work because y'all wouldn't even see it. But when Here We Go, here we go, and you know I was a DJ, so I knew how to get big beat and doom, do do I can do and that was good on the big beat on the turntable. But yeah, Jam Master Jay, rest in peace. And that was one of the guys. Hey, let me tell y'all, when I was in the studio with Cube, Run DMC, Jam Master Jay, they was in the next room. So whenever Public Enemy and the Bomb Squad would work on their thing, I back out they shit because I feel like I was talking too much sometimes. And I just go to Jam Master Jay shit and sit in Jam Master Jay shit. And he didn't know me from a hole in the ground. And he was like, "Oh, you just a West Coast dude." And me and Jam Master Jay became friends forever.
Yeah. Yo, that was what they do Down with the King time. That's around that time, or was it before that?
I don't know if
before
it was Run's house. I don't know. It was
Run's house time. Yeah, the 4 or 5. Yeah, because that's like 90. You're saying, right? Like 90.
I think Run's house was before, but they was working on something else, and me and Jam Master Jay just became real good friends. Like, and everybody that I met in New York at that time, everybody became celebrities. Like, it's crazy. Like, it was handpicked from Busta Rhymes to, you know, my dude, Rob, Epitome, and Shamello that did Busta Rhymes, and you know,
crazy. That's crazy.
The dude that did the deep voice on Who's the Mac, everybody say is DJ Pooh, but it's actually Son of Berserk, and me and Son of Berserk became good friends. And then me and Charlie Brown became friends. But me and Busta Rhymes was like an Ice Cube. So he was like on his, you know, on his shit. But me and Chamello and all the people that was dealing with the leaders of the new school, but me and Charlie Brown actually became good friends. Like when I went out there, because they knew I was about that business. And I heard you say you dealt with breakdancing, man. I had windmills, I had aerials, I had everything.
Hey. There you go.
I was breaking 83. I was a breaker and shit. You know what I mean? But I was gonna ask you when Cube had my man. I'm not gonna say his name, but he said it was a seminar or something, and the dudes were fucking with Cuban, and he said Cube was out there in the street fighting like he didn't give a fuck, and there was mad people coming at him. This was that.
Nah, Cube wasn't there.
Cube didn't fighting.
Yeah,
Dale told me that story.
Yeah,
he was at a panel. He was at a panel, right?
Right. And they attacked us like it was, and it was a King's son. If it wasn't for King's son, we would have got obliterated.
Yeah.
But King's son
was throwing tables, right?
Nah, it wasn't throwing no tables. They were throwing hands.
I thought I was told Cube was out there with his hands up too, fighting like.
Nah, he wasn't there.
No. Okay, all right.
Nah, Dell told me that they were at a panel, and then when they found out that they were fighting and the dudes was looking for Cube, that the African Bambaataa and them snuck them out. The Zulu Nation dudes snuck them out the back way, is what Dell told me.
Right. He wasn't there. I was there.
You were there.
Hey, look, I was the guy sitting like that. Somebody hit me. My eye was
Yo, shout out the New Music Seminar. We used to drive to Connecticut to New York just to not get in.
Just to not get in.
Yo,
It wasn't the Ritz. It wasn't the Ritz. It was next door to the Ritz. That was when you walk. You know, you had the entrance that looked like a Las Vegas kind of entrance, and you go up. They wouldn't let you go up them escalators.
I think I went up there that year that happened.
Right.
Yo, damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. No, when that West Coast, East Coast beef shit, I didn't like none of that shit because I like West Coast and East Coast. I didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. You know what I mean? I know when you go into the West Coast, you have problems like when Tim Dog was going on there saying "fuck Compton." I'm like, this dude is crazy. He go over here and I just got what I'm hearing. Dude. He ain't gonna...
but you know what? I end up talking to, rest in peace, Tim Dog. I know he ain't threw his death off. They said he's really done. So he said it was just a joke. The Ultramagnetic MCs, I think that's where he was from, and he just said it was just a little joke, and he said he did not know it was gonna go that far, but it went far as fuck because we already had an issue with East Coast not giving us the props of doing what we want to do, and now it's fuck Compton. Like, whoa, why you didn't say fuck West Coast? Why Compton? So he went to Europe. He was in Europe when I saw him. When I was on tour with Exhibit, and he ended up being a promoter, and me and him sat down and talked about it, and
you froze up, man. I don't know. He just froze. I don't know if you know he froze yet. Maybe
because in LA when we doing music, they would never. Internet connection.
You froze. You came back. You froze up for a second.
You good now?
You missed like a whole 15 seconds of that conversation.
They will play all the East Coast music, and they would never give us no love. And then excuse me, they'll play our music in LA and play East Coast. But when we come to East Coast, they only play the music when you there. And then when you pull up, and then we started getting mad at that. Like, yo, y'all being a little crazy right now. So West Coast was just on our own shit. We wasn't trying to be LL Cool J. We wasn't trying to be Big Daddy Kane. We had something else to say. We was trying to be more like Melly Mel. You feel me? Like we took it from Melly Mel to Message, Survival, and all that. We was adding to that. We wasn't adding to.
He was wearing that Run DMC, the jeans and the suit. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't wearing that Melly Mel stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Like,
nah. But I'm talking about the music, not about the fight belts and all that shit.
You're talking about the Message music.
Y'all did have the Jerry curls, though. Y'all had a heavy out there back then and shit. But I remember.
But y'all had Jerry curls too, motherfucker. Don't act like y'all did.
Curtis Blow. Yeah. Okay.
Got a curly kid.
Hey. Motherfucker, Schoolie D, nigga. Everybody had Jerry curls, nigga. Y'all just didn't understand the blue and the red. Y'all thought that was stupid. I remember back in the day, East Coast niggas thought that was the dumbest motherfucking issue in the world. Now look at East Coast. Y'all got blood, Spliph, everything.
Yeah, you ain't lying. I mean,
you're right.
But we don't got what y'all shit is? The Latin Kings, is that the child?
Yeah, they've been having that.
That ain't in LA.
Yeah.
We got real Mexican gangs. We don't have no influence New York gang out here. New York, West Coast end up turning the world out. You ain't no Atlanta gangs in New York. Word.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like, my man Proegraym lives in Chicago. They crazy over there too and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Like, those rules they don't fly here. There's no Christian. There's no, you know what I'm saying? It's just GDs and Blackstones. And, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's it.
Program.
Everybody had their situation on what was going, but New York had a real kind of stronghold on the game, and now I thought it was funny when I started hearing New York niggas say "shorty," and I was like, "Oh, that's Atlanta," and I said, "Oh, down south finna take over," and guess what? Down south is still taking over. You know, all they lingo is in everybody's mouth right now.
Yeah, it's a
At first,
it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
no,
mean,
the town that it happens in, they have to respect where it's coming from.
True.
Because New York niggas made up rapping. West Coast niggas made up how to sell it. And down south niggas got the best hooks of all time. Tell you the truth, bro. They got the best hooks. Name one good hook in New York that go against Lil Jon.
Hey, ho, hey.
That ain't a good hook. That ain't a good hook.
Ho.
That's New Jersey, young. That's not New York.
Yo, I mean, Noriega.
That's New Jersey, young.
Implemente.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. That's a dope hook.
Yeah, that is a hook.
For me, in terms of hook, anything DJ Premier.
Yep, a scratch hook, huh?
I mean, shit, scratch hooks. You can't go wrong with that.
That's not a good hook.
Y'all being rap.
That ain't.
Y'all being rap
That's
racist.
not $1 million.
Y'all being rap racist, right?
Rap racist.
Come on, man.
Y'all being rap racist. Right? Y'all really want to go against down south hooks? Are you crazy?
Nah, they do.
You talking about as far as memorable? Because if memorable,
I'm talking
shit.
about hits. I'm talking about hits, not your favorite song.
OPP.
I like Dolomite. Nobody like Dolomite.
Are you gonna count?
As the sweat rolls off my balls, all my females call.
but I mean, look, you look at like the Goody Mob.
Sure.
They do.
Who's
Oh,
that
no, they got
peeking through
hooks.
my window? How? Nobody. I mean, like they took sentences and made it. I mean,
That's
hooks are crazy. I have to give it.
Outkast got a gang of dope hooks.
Yeah, that's true.
Outkast.
Yeah,
I mean,
Outkast, the elevators. Everybody know
down
me
south
and you.
or New York?
Ludacris had a lot of dope.
Luda, I'm saying, young. Y'all didn't say nothing. I said y'all made up rap. Everybody was quiet. And then when I said we made up how to sell it, because we sold the most records.
Yeah.
But down south, they got the best hook
It's big.
of all time.
Like, yo,
don't want to play with no down south hooks. They got stripper songs, young.
Yo, and that hook be the only thing they say in the song and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. That's all they do is say the hook in the song. And boom, boom. You know, 2 Live Crew start.
I tried to defend it, but I can't. I can't come up with nothing else.
When you bring up down south, you just can't.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you just can't talk about just one state, 1 or 2 states. You can't talk about Atlanta and Texas. You got to bring up Memphis and Florida. So much
got a lot more.
And when you talk about strip club anthems, they dominate that shit. And that's been since K-Ball and MJG.
However, California knows how to party. Is one of the better.
I want to
that
go.
was an already produced song already.
That's
shit ain't never been said before.
That's true. That's true.
That's the West Coast.
Little Brown was
pop lock.
Was one
thing about the.
I'm coming to visit you, Elliot, soon, man. I'm coming to Cali.
Yeah,
man.
you gotta come out here, man. It's the best.
I can't wait, man.
And we got It's, bro. That's really all you need.
Talking on and off for years. Like I might talk to him for like 6 years, and I'll text him out the blue. You send me the shirt. He'd be like, yeah, like, oh, like.
Yeah,
hey, I'm sorry,
bro.
Elliot. I can't do it, man.
I've been to Vegas. That's as far as I've been. When I see that big California sign, I'm like, oh shit.
You might have to live out that motherfucker.
Gotta go out there.
Fuck this snow
man.
shit out here, man.
The way y'all,
I know you guys deal with the snow too, but not like out here. This shit crazy.
I don't do snow, bro.
The way y'all handle traffic out there, man, I definitely don't want to be a part of any of that.
Oh, get out of here, bro. Just get a jet ski, man.
In California?
In California, man.
I don't know. California has 40 million people and 900 miles, so it depends what you're talking about.
Let me let him on a secret. You just gotta know when to move, baby.
That's exactly right.
So I gotta move at 3 o'clock in the morning to get through traffic.
He's right. Cats in LA know how to get around it.
It's Lil Lane.
Stay off the freeway.
You don't want to be on the 405.
No. Yeah, you take the streets.
Nah, don't never take the streets because you can end up in
You're gonna end up on Skid Row for no reason.
You got the 105, you got the 91, you got the 10, you got a
What about
whole
the
bunch
one?
of- Excuse me?
What about the one?
There ain't no one out here.
No, the one is
The 101, that's Hollywood.
they have a one, but it's north of LA.
Oh, that's like Malibu, huh?
No.
That-
Ain't
the-
no nigga I ever knew had a 6'4", drove that bitch on a one.
The PCH.
You're driving to go to the police.
That's
You
true.
drive on a fucking
It may
highway
not be
in
a
LA.
6'4", but shit, it may be like a
Hey,
2004, 2014.
We got the 15, and the 15 take you to Vegas. But at the end of the day, yes, traffic is crazy, but you just got to move. You can't have a real job. You got to be moving.
You got to
in
account
the
for an
time
hour
that
to 3
people
hours
are
of
at work.
travel time.
But all the business that you gotta do during the day, man.
What, in LA?
Yeah.
New York? Hey, New York is crazy.
New York's
You can't-
insane.
DC is
traffic.
crazy.
Yeah.
DC is crazy,
DC not
but
crazy. DC not
DC
crazy.
is terrible when it comes to traffic.
Oh, DMV.
Exactly.
No.
DC
No,
is
New
terrible
York-
when it comes to traffic.
Nah, listen, New York made up triple parking, yeah? Not double parking. They make up triple parking.
Yeah. Particularly on the opposite side days when the sweeper.
Oh man.
Oh, man, you can't park your car for more than 10 minutes if you ain't put a parking thing on that shit. Your chick gonna
Yeah, don't
get
even
pulled.
try parking in New York.
You be in that fucking garage in
Hey,
New York fucking
hey,
waiting to
look.
get your car back.
Gotta pay that
When we was in
$25
New York, we
for
was in
half
New
an
York.
hour.
We was in New York. Our car got towed away every night.
Oh,
Yeah, yo,
man.
they don't, for real. And you gotta go wait for it in that fucking, that garage shit.
Hudson River.
The impound?
By the Hudson River. We
Yeah,
had
man,
to go to the
yeah.
Hudson River. That was our parking space at the Hudson River.
Yeah, yo, because my boy, it happened to my boy, right? And
Right.
they fucking, when they took this shit, it busted his oil pan. So now we had to tow his fucking car from that place to one of my cousin's people's to fix it before we could come back home.
Yeah,
and
one of my cousin's people
One
Yeah.
in Brooklyn.
Yep.
of my cousin's
Yon-
people's father's
not
uncles.
Brooklyn, where this guy was at in Yonkers, yo.
In Yonkers, of course.
I was in Manhattan, like by the
Oh,
village.
Rise and Fall.
And I was
Yeah.
by Hudson River. The
Yeah,
Hudson
yeah.
River, it was freezing over there. I fell. I don't like falling on motherfucking. The Hawk is crazy in New York. Fuck that. I don't like that. And every bitch I talk to in New York, they see I have on some K-Swiss. They're like, nah, I'm not talking to you.
K-Swiss.
Hey,
It's like,
hey, Jay.
they'll look down at my shoes and be like, you don't got no Bally's on, no Timbs. Nah, nigga, you from the West Coast. I'm not in it. I heard a girl say, I'm not in it. I was like, what are you talking about? Hey, come here. She's like, I'm not in it. I had some K-Swiss on, 501s, a white t-shirt. She didn't want no part of that.
Mm.
So, why you didn't G-Rap ever do nothing after that?
The cold thing with your man was Ski. I learned some from Jay-Z. And sometime when you have a good situation, I learned from Jay-Z. That's why me and Q remember the good stuff, because we don't want to make the stuff that we worked on be, like we trying to do it again. But I'll work with G-Rap again. But at the end of the day, I came, I did, I conquered. I did what I was supposed to do. And then I don't try to repeat something, all the time. That's why, I went on to work with Exhibit. So you got to bring up that,
No Exhibit.
Me and Exhibit had a good run.
You did the singles with it?
We sold millions of records again.
You did Paparazzi?
No, that was my homeboy Thayad. Thayad did Paparazzi.
What a beat.
So you just one and done. You ain't trying to revisit.
Well, it got to look the same, because when somebody wants you to work with them, the money might look a little different. But then when you try to redo it, I don't know if it didn't land, then you're not gonna get the same money. You're gonna have to be like doing handouts and stuff like that.
You know,
So
Cube
sometimes
does it
Go
with what's going to be in one of his next movies or something. He's like, yeah. I'm going to get the publishing on the movie play. Like, yo, like,
I mean, the vibe. I mean, I'm sure all you guys know when you work with a rapper, sometimes they learn from you and then they give it to another producer. And then now you're competing with the other producers. And he was like, I'm not going to compete with no other producer on what I already taught you. And then you got 5 dudes that you finna pay him this kind of money. And then you giving me this kind of money. But now I'm in the lower rank with producers that ain't even sold no records. That'll definitely squash working with artists.
you guys still talk to this day?
Who?
You and Cube, like on a regular? Or?
Oh, yeah. You didn't see me acting a fool when he got the star on the Walk of Fame. I pull up, but you know I'm emotional dude. So I was so happy that my homeboy got a star on the Walk of Fame. We only thought like Clark Gable and motherfucking Bob Hope get that. When rappers start getting it, when he got a star on the Walk of Fame, I got a star on the Walk of Fame. When NWA was inducted in the Hall of Fame, I'm a part of that. So, we play our position as being producers. But my team did do what Michael Jordan did. We did. I did get 6 rings. I did. I didn't get the Robert Horry, but I did get 6 rings.
Okay, that's great. So you was there with the early NWA sessions when Eazy-E did Boys in the Hood and all that shit.
Oh yeah, all there when Eric.
Yo, let me get an ill story of one of them. Let me get an ill story of one of them sessions. I need an ill story. I need a story.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's out there already, but Eric had another group called HBO, and then when Q wrote the rap, it wasn't really what CIA do, like, cause we had the group CIA. And ours was kind of like naughty by nature. Like we was kind of like a beginning naughty by nature. We was just talking about relevant things. We didn't go into the street. So Q started writing into the street, and Eric wanted his new group to rap this rap. And one dude was from New Jersey, and the other dudes was from like Riverside. And back in them days, seeing another nigga rap was out of the question. Mm-hmm. And Eric had the cassette, and he learned it by being in by having the song. So it's amazing. I was talking to a female a couple of days ago, and she was like, Eric, they was giving him too much props in Straight Outta Compton. But I'm like, bro, I told her, because you can tell bitches broke. You be like, listen here, how can you find one person that can learn a rap and become a superstar overnight? That's crazy. That's why Eric was so amazing, because he didn't rap a day in his life. And the first song he ever rapped turned into Boys in the Hood. That's amazing. Mm-hmm. And he had bread. He was the beginning of the dope niggas, fraternizing with the West Coast rappers. Because East Coast and Harlem and y'all dealing with Queens and Brooklyn, y'all was dealing with something different. But out here, we was just, doing the running man. But Eric was one of the first dudes that to me, that brought street money to the rap game. So that was amazing. That was amazing. And he can rap it, and he can do it on stage. I know y'all can look at one dude and be like, hey, man, I like your hairline. You can be good. Can you say this rap?
Gotta be hairline specifically.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
I'm recruiting based on hairline.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to bail out, man. I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Domino, salute, man. Your brother A+ might be popping in when you on spec. But yo.
Hey, Domino, let me know when that check gonna fall. I got your message about that.
I will.
DLC.
I'm gonna check on it. Yeah.
Domino, it was a pleasure, brother.
Well, yo, Damo, you want to come back after we here? Man, we'll be here for a few more minutes. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. I'll check in and see if y'all still on.
A+.
Hey, Jinx, I'm gonna hit you up though. I'm gonna check on that.
Oh, well, hit me. Oh, yeah. Oh, you got my shit. Okay, cheers.
Yeah, I got your shit. You know. All right, y'all.
Yeah.
Now I know what you look like. So now when that money don't come in, they gonna come holler like, I be looking in your front window like this, nigga. Like, I'm the first Hiero nigga.
That's right. All right, bro.
All right, take care, man.
Peace.
Yeah, man. But yo, that whole damn that Easy E shit on Cube. When Cube was gonna leave NWA, when did you find out about that shit? When he's like, I ain't doing this shit no more.
I already knew.
Oh.
Well, like,
I already knew. Cause I was with him, so I heard about him complaining. I heard him like complaining because when you deal with a brand new rapper, they talk to you until they get rich, and they get rich, they don't talk to you no more. But in the beginning stages, he was talking to me. He was telling me stuff. Yeah. He was like, yo, this is not good. So I learned about the 75,000. I learned about the Jerry Heller situation. I learned about all that. And then he hit me one day and was like, I'm going to New York. You want to go? I'm like, hell yeah. But he didn't take me to New York to produce his record. He just took me to New York because I was his friend at the time. Yeah. And then he didn't even know that I brought all my music and my discs from SB 1200. I didn't bring an SB 1200. Yeah. I called it a bread box. It was a bread. I called it my little bread box because it had a little opening thing and it had a whole bunch of discs in it. And I put it in my bag, and that's how. Because they didn't even know I was going to even play any music. I could have just been over there, just sitting back, just like not giving a fuck.
Just the extra. You're like, fuck that, I'm getting mine in. Yo, for real. That's what's
right. But no, I wasn't like that because I learned a lot from New York. I love the graffiti scene. I was a graffiti artist. And I wanted to see the pieces on the train, like at the end of the day. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see them trains. I wanted to see those pieces. I wanted to see the DJs. So when me and Q got there, I separated from him and I went on my own. I had my backpack on. I went to the Muse. I went to the car wash. I went to all that shit by myself.
What year was this?
90. Hello. Y'all know the goddamn year. So y'all know the club. So even with the Sam Sever situation, because Sam Sever was supposed to produce the record.
That's right.
And Sam Sever didn't show up. So Third Base was already popping. And then, Third Base had those other dudes that one of them niggas turned into MF Doom. So, you know what I'm saying?
AMD.
So I was with them, right. So I was with them going to the club.
That's dope as fuck.
And I was just hanging out. They didn't know who I was. The MF Doom really had a good run. Damn. He had a good run.
Yeah, and I think Black Bastards KMD is like one of the best produced albums of all time. That's in my top 3.
Oh, they was KMC. That was what they
KMD.
KMD. Cheers.
Yeah. Peach Fuzz. Like that shit.
I saw the was that. I heard the thunder and saw the lightning.
Hey, Stress.
Yo.
Yeah, I got at the bounce, bro.
All right, bro. Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Sean, I'll catch you next time I'm in New York, man.
Oh,
hey, well, make sure you hit that DJ Sir Jinx on Instagram so we can keep this going.
Definitely.
Yeah, I tag you guys
for a reason.
All right, Sean, I'll see you at the battle.
Hey, Sean, I was actually going to ask you this real quick before you go. How did you find out about not the producer's corner? I'm sorry, but the beat conductors, man.
The conductors. The what? Say it again.
The beat conductors. How did you get involved with the beat conductors? Real quick before you go.
Olo actually hit me up on Facebook. I was like spotty online. You know what I mean? Like probably like 4 years ago. I'm not sure any time, but it was definitely a couple of years ago. And he hit me up on Messenger, just asked me to say he'll bring me down, just to judge one of the events and stuff like that. So that was actually the first time. I wasn't even cause I had already pulled back from the scene and stuff like that when they were doing like Beat Society and all of that whole thing. So it was actually really my first introduction into like the whole battle scene as producers being artists. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so he brought me down to Virginia. Just put me up, hotel and stuff like that, and then did it. So been working with him ever since. But Olo's dope, man. I mean, just his his passion for it, man. A lot of times people don't realize, like, dude, he doesn't make money on that thing, man. I mean, when you talk to him and his family is stories about things going on with his children and family, yet still he's constantly putting up bread to, do these events and make it better and stuff like that. His passion, so, but that's how I started with him.
Well, I met you at Elliot's joint, and
yes, you did. Yes, we were.
Hey, what's that? What's that record behind you? It's a gold record.
Yeah, what is that? I was gonna ask you that. What is that?
Funkmaster Flex. Funkmaster Flex when where he did.
Exhibit is on there. Exhibit is on there, right?
Let me see.
Yeah, because Exhibit got that record.
Like a mixtape that he did. Yeah, and then like most of that
right.
Yeah, like everybody was on that thing, man. So
what did you do on it? I know you gotta have to do something to have that. What did you do?
Yeah, it was the song with Mos Def, World Famous, I think it's called.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So
that's crazy that fucking Sir Jinx can tell from that far away that shit.
That is crazy.
I can't even see that shit.
With the sunglasses on too.
No.
Exactly, right?
Yeah,
Scanners on that shit.
Man. Got a zoom on it.
Yeah, right.
Hey, look, I'm over here where I'm at, right? Q pulled up the platinum thing on the 30th anniversary of the thing. Yeah. And I was gonna have that behind me, but I thought that would be a little tacky.
Oh, yeah.
Where is it? Let me see.
Go off, bro.
What are you insinuating?
Yeah, let's see it.
I want to see it. I want to see it. Let's see it. Come on. Yeah, I know you got it.
I gotta go get it.
Go get it. We wait. Go get that shit.
Oh my gosh.
Jinx. Come on, Jinx.
Start a good conversation, and I can go like this.
Do that Kevin Hart shit, like.
Just lean off to the side.
Nah, we can do this again because
we definitely gonna do it again. Yo, you was in the Poetic Justice. You was in that shit, right? You was in the movie, right?
Cheers.
Yeah.
But hey, Young was saying what he was saying. He was finna get off, and I just want to make everybody know that hit me on the Young. I got a bunch of artists that need beats, that need eclectic beats, and I know you guys don't do what the time is saying. Y'all do what y'all time is saying. And hey, take mine down. You can take my email down. You can send me 3 beats. Don't send me goddamn 400 beats. Yeah. That don't work.
3 beat limit.
Yeah, beat limit. Do not send me 30 fucking beats, because I say beats is like cologne. At the end of the day, they all smell the fucking same.
That might be after, because I gotta preserve my shit for this battle.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah, and I don't want I don't want your catalog in my goddamn shit.
Right.
You guys got some good
I got
beats.
fucking thousands of beats of my shit from everybody. And shit.
At least it's one at a time. You know what I'm saying? When
Right.
Cats
You
20,
saying what I'm saying?
Flooding people with beats.
Hey,
Jinx,
yo.
I tagged you on Instagram on a story, just on my Instagram story, but we got hella beats and beat tapes to download for free on our site if you want to check that out. We put out a beat tape every week from the cipher we do. We put out a sample pack and people just flip it. There's a lot of talent on there.
Okay, great, man.
Oh, cheers.
Sean, I blew up your text messages, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Like 10 text messages.
Yeah. I'll also see you with S3oul City in the Beat Conductors joint.
There you go.
Oh, you're in for this one?
Yeah. Yep. Yes.
Dope,
S3oul City's been trying to get me in there for forever now. So I was like,
exactly.
There you go.
But I'm gonna.
There you go.
Word.
Sean,
Yeah,
we got
man.
our thing tomorrow. If you want to jump in, I sent you the sample pack. It's like 15 minutes of fire.
Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm like working on this, like launching this thing, bro. I'm like, I had to take off this week, man, just to like pull it in, bro, because things can get out of control where you only work on it a little bit, and then you end up not getting it done. You know?
Getting it done. I know what you mean. I know very well what you mean.
But I may check it. Let me see.
Yeah, just jump in. I'll send you the Zoom link, man. We had A+ on last week.
Even if I just pop in, you know.
Yeah, just pop in on the Zoom, man.
You gotta let
we
me
got some young cats on.
Buck Wild, I want to talk to Buck Wild. I like Buck Wild too.
Oh yeah, Buck Wild's on the 27th.
Buck Wild fuck with G-Rap too, 456 shit. You know what I mean? Buck Wild's dope too and shit.
All right, Sean.
Buck Wild,
guys, man.
Buck Wild, he did the wall for fucking Black Rob and shit.
All right, take care, Sean.
I mean, we all hey, we all brethren at some point, and you know, we love this music game. Oh, this goddamn light is bright. Hey, we all do our thing, and I'm glad that y'all was able to talk to Sir Jinx, man, because I'm really about this business. I never stop.
Yeah.
I don't never stop making music. I'm you know, like Buffy, he died in the goddamn beatboxing. He was in the studio and died. I'ma die like this. Look.
Yeah, remember though, like you said, you remember Quincy Jones did his fucking Thriller when he was 50. You know what I'm saying? So like,
oh, cheers. Oh, he did? I never knew
this.
He was
50 years old when he did the fucking Thriller album and shit. So,
Man, that's crazy.
If you could leave your email in the chat, I don't know if you know how to get to this chat in the Zoom, but you could just drop the email.
Oh yeah, that's probably the best place to put it. Don't blow yourself up on the YouTube channel.
That way, you know what I mean, we can.
Well, if y'all just say a couple of words on where you at, I can just find it right now. Like,
well, shit, I don't know how far the chat goes back, but I think my email's all the way at the top.
I'm just saying Instagram.
And I just followed you, bro.
My Instagram is Doc Spliph. It's real simple. DOC SPLIPH.
Pretty much like how it's spelled now.
SPLIPH. Your L didn't come out. You keep cutting it out.
It's just like that.
Pause. That was a pause.
You really had to bring that up?
Your DOC keeps cutting out.
I don't think anybody was thinking about that yet. You just had to bring it up.
I had to throw the pause in there like, I don't know.
Jinx, I'm gonna add you on the what's it called too, yo, the producer's corner joint.
You should add him on
he said DOC
SPL.
Oh, you cut out, man. That's hella blurry.
I see DOC SPL play. You're spelling play.
Oh, SPLIPH. That's in Spliph. Doc Spliph.
Oh, well, okay. That a bunch of shit came out. DOC.
The doctor of Spliffology.
Spliff Fire 06. I got a fucking phone right here, yo. So I'm trying to find it. The whole
Jinx, I just DM'd you, man.
Excuse me?
I just sent you a DM and followed you right now. It's Philip Drummond.
It's all right. I'm going to just follow you and populate your stuff. Yeah.
I sent you a message. Yo, it's me.
Yo, it's me.
Mine is easy. DJ Sir Jinx. And that it should come up. Nobody don't want to act like that.
I'm already linked you, so it already, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to follow you. My shit will pop up.
I mean, I had you on the DJ Stress. I've been added you and shit. You know what I'm saying? They followed you and shit. Like,
hey, A+ said he's trying to get on right now.
All right, put him on real quick.
I sent him the link. Hopefully he knows how to get in here. I can't. I'm not host, so I can't let him in. So you got to check your participants.
Yeah, I want him in. So I want Sir Jinx to see him. So they're gonna call him by his real name.
Yeah, and then tell Domino to jump back in.
Domino said he's got to get his daughter, and hopefully he'll jump back in like right after.
I'm gonna go. You know what I mean, to the facilities real fast.
We'll be right here.
Yo,
just don't do an Elvis on us. Just don't do an Elvis.
Bring Elvis into this.
Question for you.
He beats
Hey,
had to
Strip,
leave.
let him in.
He had something going on. He ain't do it yet. He ain't do it yet.
Oh, he didn't do it. I got a thing saying people are trying to get in my thing. Oh, that's that's because people think the cipher's tonight. Whoops.
Yo, Sir Jinx, I got a question for you. This is a serious question. This is me and a lot to everybody else here. I was wondering if you could spare the time to get involved in this producer corner challenge.
I told you about it. Remember, I told you I do it every week.
Yeah.
What who want to lose?
I'm saying.
Okay. Just because you said that, I think I want to get in this one too.
I told you I'm with the business. I'll fight myself if that's the only person I gotta fight, Jack.
Cool.
But you know what? It's like you already established yourself. So that's why I'm saying if you want to do it, because you know, like when Fred will Star and these dudes tried to come battle when there was already an.
I don't know what the challenge is though.
All right.
No, I'll set it. I mean, I'll do it next week because it's due tomorrow. But what happens? I'll post it tomorrow, and I will send you the song that we do on YouTube, and you have a week to do that shit till next Saturday.
Oh, so I have to flip the song?
Yeah.
You make your own beat off of how you do it.
Yeah, you can use a sample, additional instrument.
You do that shit. You know how fucking big that shit would be to all these people. Like, oh, Sir Jinx is in this shit.
Hey, I haven't worked on no music in 5 years.
But you'll beat us.
Excuse me?
But you'll beat us.
Nah. I just don't have. I'm not working on music. I'm not in that mode. Like I'm helping other people get their music out there. I'm doing distribution. I'm doing other and to work on music, I have to be in the studio, you know.
Yeah. I will tell you this much. It's just a sample. It's just a
little, man.
The mouse. And
I know how Sir Jinx feels because I'm the same bracket of time and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know he'll probably body everybody in there, but you know what I'm saying?
Nah. The worst thing is to fight somebody and know they don't want to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I want to fight.
That's a terrible beat.
It's a fight.
You might do a beat like I ain't gonna say it because it's being recorded, but you know, there's a bunch of beats that are terrible, and them motherfuckers turn into hits, Jack. And that's when you push a mutton to the corner, and he might come out with a goddamn country song with a weirdo and goddamn Miley Cyrus goddamn daddy in it.
Oh my god!
Damn, shots fired.
Oh man!
I ain't gonna play with that.
But here's
I ain't gonna play with that. But I'm just not in it. But I get you. Go ahead, bro.
You can't make an instrumental or whatever. You can't participate, even if you just tuned in. The same exact thing with Elliot's joint. You know what I'm saying? Elliot's got, you know, the global. You know what I'm saying? Like all the shit is like we're over here for the folks who don't see us. There's a whole entire crowd of people that are just keeping this shit going, keeping the legacy alive. You know what I mean? And keeping that creativity at the forefront. And that's what brought us in here today with Stress.
Yeah, that's true.
It's got people from all over the globe.
There's probably like at least 1,000 producers that's been in our challenges throughout the whole time.
Probably more than that, man.
Yeah, that's
143 weeks right now. We've been doing this shit. 60 to 80 to 90 beats a week and shit. Like boom. And some people stay, some people come back. After a couple months, they come back. They get in. It's crazy. Yo.
Yeah, we took a couple of your guys got in our cipher, and they've been real dope. Like
I might be a better judge.
That's what I might need. I might need you for that for a certain time. You know what I mean?
Be like that ain't doing it because
we got a head-to-head coming up pretty soon, and it's basically we got like a tier system. You know what I'm saying? So it's all the artists it's all the producers that are in the producers corner, and anybody else who wants to participate and get in this joint. And I mean, we would be more than honored to have you as a judge. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's in the thick of
I might be. because me, I talk to a whole bunch of people when they doing them verses, they doing the verses situation on who want to go against me, against my music, and nobody want to play with me.
Real shit.
When no Vaseline play, you gotta have a good one. Nobody, hey, I'm getting voted off the island. Like, but shit, I want to do the versus shit with other producers, but I don't think nobody can land no Vaseline.
Who you think you'll match up with though?
When we're gonna see a Sir Jinx battle another person on Instagram, another producer that's got something.
But what I'm saying is nobody want to go against me though.
Oh shit! Yeah, I would like to see that.
No Daz or no Daz Dillinger or nothing.
Well, I won't do Daz because Daz is my guy, and I won't do Battle Cat, and I won't do DJ Quick.
I was just gonna say Quick. Yo,
yeah.
I'm not gonna do.
How about E Swift?
I won't do E Swift because these guys, everybody that you guys have been saying are people that came after me.
Yeah,
I want people that came at the same time. I come in
How
90.
about the Dust Brothers?
What about EA Ski?
What about Rick Rubin?
That all came after me. I'm not gonna do EA Ski.
Rick Rubin?
That's
No,
my
no.
OG.
How about Sir Jinx against DJ Premier?
Ooh.
Yeah, there I go.
Aha! Look.
There it is. There it is.
I go. But the favoritism on who has the bigger people, you know, if it's New York, more people, and LA, more people. So it's like the Premier situation is like depending on who got the most East Coast or West Coast online.
Sir Jinx against Hank Clock Lee.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Against who?
He don't make beats though.
Organized Noise.
Who did the Juice soundtrack? Who's making the beats on that shit?
Hey, that's on you to figure out, not me.
He won.
I'm saying I say I want all the smoke, but at the end of the day, the people that do come against me, they my youngins. Like I've been in this game so long that, you know, at some point, you know, you don't give a person a gratification. That's like you arguing with your son, and then he get to sock you in the mouth and drop you. No, I'm not gonna give none of the gratification to go against.
Not speaking from experience.
Yeah. How about?
I'm definitely speaking from experience.
But I'm just saying, like I've been in this game so long. Why would I wait this long to make a person that came after me better than me when they've been chasing me my whole life?
Perfect. Large Professor. That'd be perfect.
Large Professor.
Oh, yeah. Large Pro. How about Large Pro?
As soon as I know Vaseline played, motherfucker rap.
Yeah.
That sound like that shit is not lopsided though. That shit is a good one.
Yeah.
Right. I do understand. I did it on my situation with Marvin Gaye and Curtis Mayfield. I did that. I did a battle between them two, and a lot of people was on Curtis, a lot of people was on motherfucking Marvin Gaye. But when Distant Lover played,
It was a rap.
Who would you
Curtis don't have an answer to Distant Lover, bro.
Who would you put against Dre? Who would you like to see go against Dre of all the producers?
The catalog like Dre.
Because they're two different timelines for people to understand what Quincy Jones has done.
Yeah.
So if I say Dre and Quincy Jones, it's gonna be like Kevin Garnett against the Freak. You know what I'm saying? Like they're two different timelines. So
Mike Tyson against Muhammad Ali.
I think somebody like Quincy Jones, he's the daddy of all daddies. You know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But he didn't done so much that by the time he played and Dr. Dre played G Thing, you're gonna have to make Dr. Dre go against the song that he did on the Wiz, and you got to go against all the stuff that the
But
Thriller
that
and
kind
all
of go
that.
back to what we were saying about different genres, because Quincy did jazz, he did Sanford and Son, he did Michael Jackson, he
Right.
did, you know what I mean?
Summer in the City.
He done Sanford.
So
Mad
they're all the LeBron James of their time. So I'm a LeBron James of my time. So you gotta battle me with somebody that came in 90. Like
Hey, Jinx, I got a question, man. Do you still use the SP at all?
Nah, I sold both of them.
What do you use now,
Damn, I
man?
wish I knew you when you were selling.
Nah, you wouldn't have won them. Bruce bought them. I'm sure you guys know Bruce.
But what do you
Yeah, I
use
don't
now
know,
to make
Bruce.
beats? Like, what's your go-to right now?
Reasons.
Just straight up Reason with like MIDI controller or what?
Nope, just point and click.
Point and click.
I made so much music. The song that I was just talking about, the Dope song. When I first got into Reasons, I sold the first 3 beats I made out the motherfucker, and one of them went to Sadat X, the other one went to Dr. Dre, and another one went there. And that's the first time I even worked with the thing. You feel me? Because I don't use everything in the thing.
Do you sample a lot, or do you mainly compose?
Oh man, I will edit you to death.
With the mouse.
I made jacking for beats, bro. Come on, man.
But I mean, now with Reason, like, do you find yourself sampling more or programming more? What's up, Lee?
I gotta kill you to tell you that.
Then kill me, man. I'm ready to go. It's COVID time. I'm giving away all my samples for the cipher. I got nothing to lose.
But we both know that our skill into sampling is to not know I'm sampling.
So and when I went to the bathroom, I was kind of thinking of this, and I didn't know how to voice it or articulate it. But I wanted to say, what is one of your production tips, or not even the tips, your production mistakes, something that happened that made the illest beat? You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
You thought that on the toilet?
Not like what?
Like the audio 2 shit. Oh, I sampled the drum and I meant to do something else, or you know what I mean? And then it came out.
I got sued like a motherfucker for an insert for no fucking reason, cause I sampled a record that I you know, cause I'm a real finger walker, and I really push my line on looking for records, and I found a record that was dope, and the motherfucker ended up being Creedence Clearwater. They sued the shit out of
Oh man. Oh shit.
Man.
They sued the shit out of it, and that was that. The army is the only way out. That was Creedence. I didn't even know
I'm a big Creedence fan. I don't know if I've heard that one.
Clearwater until we had to pay them real bread.
They actually took you to court and everything?
We got sued.
Damn, like, yo.
Not even a cease and desist, straight up sued.
A+.
You heard IQ when we did Gangster Fairy Tale. And in the beginning of Gangster Fairy Tale, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Oh no!
And this motherfucking Mr. Rogers sued us. He wanted.
Damn, that's gangster. You got sued by Mr. Rogers, bro. Legend.
You
That's
wanted
dope.
what?
That's like getting sued by Sesame
He
Street.
took off that red card again, man. It's like, oh, it's a done deal.
Like, it's on. He took his shoes off. He put his Timbs on.
Hey, we pressed up the first part of America's Most Wanted. It was 200,000. So we had to pay him 5 cents off of 200,000, 20,000, and then we took it off. So whoever got the original America's Most Wanted got that first part on it, but we took it off.
Damn.
Because Mr. Rogers wanted his bread. And if you look at the thing that Ice Cube was doing for the 30 year for America's Most Wanted, he do bring that up.
Oh shit.
Damn. You got sued by Mr. Rogers. You don't get no gangster than that.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
They said Mr. Rogers was a gangster.
Yeah, he was.
That's how he threw off all that children shit. He was.
He said it's a beautiful day in the hood, baby. I'm coming to get my bread.
No, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. So everybody kind of took that like, because where we live at, it was a gang called Neighborhood Crip. So anytime we did anything that said neighborhood, they liked it. So it's just like on Steady Mobbing when it's like boom, boom, there goes the neighborhood. And that was like an inside. That was like
I actually did a joint to one of Martello's beats, y'all, and I had that vibe in my head, but I just said it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
You don't want to get sued by Tom Hanks now, shit.
Right, but the cold part, the cold part is the neighborhood part.
Yes.
And you know that's and rest in peace, that Nipsey's from Neighborhood Crip. So all the neighborhoods go together. And we didn't do that for the gangbang. We say there goes the neighborhood, like somebody moved in, but the gangbang people took that a whole nother different way.
Yeah.
Hey, what up? What up? What up, Jinx?
What up, Young?
What's up,
Hey,
big
Young?
homie?
Is that
Hey. What's up, big
I
homie?
see your ass over there. What's up, Young?
Hey, I'm chilling. I'm chilling, man. What's good with you, brother?
Oh man.
There go my youngin' right there. Hey, you see the little pictures? I still got the pictures of me, you, Dale, and Tajay. Like, you remember when we was trying to make a cassette cover?
yeah, man. I was just on here talking to L about some of the stuff back in the day with me, you, and Dale and Tajay, man.
I was there with you. That shit was dope.
I told him about the
definitely
story in LA.
Yeah.
Stress was
Wait,
there, man.
hold on 1 second, because I've been here for a while. Let me take a gentleman break.
What's happening?
How y'all feeling, man?
Oh man, been on here for a minute actually.
Y'all just lit the show back on fire and shit. Let me go get me another drink.
Oh my god, stress.
Plus A plus. My name is Doc Spliph.
What's up, Doc? How you feeling, brother?
So, what's up, Doc?
Fantastic.
Man, I didn't even plan that, bro. I was just, hey. What's good? What's good, brother?
My man Filthy Drummond over here has been shouting you out extra heavy. So I just want to like be the mediator who's giving you your flowers. You know what I'm saying? Because like out there, people have been talking about you. You've been the subject of conversation.
Uh-huh.
We done had Domino up here.
Yes,
Domino done left.
Everybody that we had in here, but I just want to say this to you because you're here right now in the flesh that we appreciate you, and Elliot has put you in the A+ spot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I appreciate it to the fullest, man. Good shout out to L and thank you for saying that. I definitely appreciate it. No doubt about it. What's
Domino gave you your props on 93 to Infinity because we had to ask him.
Yeah.
He really did that joint.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, of course. It's a trip about that song, man, because when we all came out back in the day, I kind of just didn't really put myself out there much as a producer, even though I was, because I was just on the rap stuff with my fellas. And Domino is just mainly, he is a producer. So people just kind of assumed he did everything. And so for like decades, people didn't even know I made that beat. People still don't know I made that beat.
They still don't. Stress didn't know until I told them.
Yeah, and some other Hiero noteworthy songs too as well. But I think it was to my detriment. I was really just trying to just kind of play the back on the production part and just be a member of Souls of Mischief. I was just kind of just focusing on that. And I was the one when we first came out. I was the one producer in the group Souls of Mischief. And I didn't want me being a producer to detract to us being a four-member unit.
Nah. Yeah.
I mean, I fucked up by that, Jinx. I did. In hindsight, 20 odd years later, I kind of fucked that up, bro. Hey, but
no. Let me land first. It wasn't even about me. It was about Dale, because Dale did beats too. That's what I want to say.
Shit, Jinx. No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Nah, I was like, and Dale you know, because Dale did a couple of things, you know, that he probably didn't get credit for, and Cube didn't give him credit for, probably.
Yeah, a couple on death certificate. He did.
Right.
Yeah. You were saying.
The stuff with Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah, that one, and it was
did the insert.
Yeah, there was one more too. Because I mean, I was getting all this information from you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But I knew who I was dealing with, and I was telling them, like, you know, back in them days, you know, we was getting signed. We was trying to sign the Ruthless Records.
Yeah, yeah. Me and Tajay was like the kid group, and Jinx was the producer, DJ, and shit. But yeah, it was going down though, bro. Jinx, I was trying to tell them the other day that like the first time my first connection with beat making is from you, from when we go down there. The first time I seen an SP12, the first time I seen a 4-track, it was my kind of introduction to how a song was made. Because I've been listening, we had listened to music our whole lives, but then we was actually sitting there and I was like, yo, that's how shit loops. That's how drums get on it. I was like, it's a cassette tape that you could record more than one time on. You know what I'm saying? So
you kind of went through the situation that I went through when we started learning about bars.
Yeah.
And when you came in, I was already learning 4-bar, like how long the rap should be, and it shouldn't stop on a 6, or it shouldn't stop on a 11. You know what I'm saying? Like it should be 12.
Bro, you definitely taught us that, because when me and Tajay, up to that point, me and Tajay would just write like 2 pages of raps. And we wrote a rap. And Jinx was like, bro, you can't rap all of that. That's like the whole song, no chorus. We was like, what chorus? Like a verse.
Hook.
We just had raps, bro. We just had hook. What's a hook? We just had raps, bro. And Jinx is like, nah, bro, you gotta like write this long. I mean, I was giving you your flowers. I was telling Philip and the last time we was on a couple days ago. I was like, literally song structure, beat structure.
Right.
The first time I saw a beat machine, the first time I seen somebody scratch in person. You know what I'm saying? First time I saw a 4-track, completely turned my whole world. After that, I was like, man, I want to learn how to do that.
Now, look. And
I was in the 7th grade, bro. The 7th grade when the first time I met you.
And I did, forget about the music, but I did your first photo shoot.
Yeah, you did everything. You did everything. All that shit.
When we was living over there, when I was living over there off of Hardin Drive, and then Dre was paying for it, and then all y'all would come over there and sleep in my crib. In my mom's crib, wasn't my crib. I was a kid too. I was probably about 18, 19. This is before America's Most Wanted, so
I'll be right back.
I was like, nah, it was a little bit before that. So I was like 17. If you check his age at how old he is, and then you see how I was, I say I'm probably about 17, thinking that I was doing something. I was just following behind Dr. Dre, man. And that's how I ran into them with Dale. And because Cube never really took Dale serious, because Dale was, you can say that Dale was the first Tribe Called Quest rapper, because he liked them. And if you want to say like backpack or conscious, Dale was more conscious than he wasn't from the street. I think he was from Richmond. I don't know. A plus got to say where they was from, and all I cared
Dale
about
from Oakland.
Lyrics.
No,
huh?
Wasn't Dale from Oakland?
Yeah, but it's Richmond and Oakland.
Yeah, Dale from Oakland.
Yeah, Dale went to Howard.
Was it Richmond? What was it?
What Dale? I missed a part of that. You saying where he originally from? His parents.
Right. What's the Richmond part? What is that part?
Is he from Richmond?
That's where he lived now, but he's from Oakland though. When I met him in 1st grade, he lived in Oakland.
He was in Howard Elementary, right?
Right.
He went to Howard.
1st grade? That's crazy.
Howard
Yeah.
Elementary. Yeah, that's the school where we still teach.
I don't
We
know
teach
nobody that I met
Yeah.
to first grade. I don't to this day. I don't.
I met Cavs, Dale, and Tajay all at that time, but Dale was 2 grades older than us. So I kind of like, for some reason, I was Dale's little homie, and like, even though he was in an older class, you know, when you that young, those grades mean so much as far as the difference in
Right.
in
One grade
socialization.
mean a lot.
Yeah,
Yes, right.
1 to 2 grades, bro. That's like light years in elementary. Hey, Jinx, bro. There's one thing I wanted to mention that I told the cats when I was on the other day about the beat you had made for me and Tajay. And then when you went to when you started working on it, when you flew to New York with the to work with the Bomb Squad and Q.
I already said that to them.
He called me on the phone. He was like, "Hey, little bro, check it out. That one beat, man, that shit gone." He said, "Q." He's like, "Q fucking with that beat." He said, "Q fucking with that beat." But I'm a kid, right? So I'm like, for sure, Q gonna fuck with the beat that we was gonna use. It's like. Because
but the funny thing about what you saying, I told him that. So that's connecting the dots. You feel me?
Yeah, that's factual. That's factual,
right,
bro. Like, and that's like landline shit. That show that we was connected back in the day because he called me on the house phone. You know what I'm saying? From New York. To no cell phones yet. None of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know,
we knew that Ruthless shit went down the drain. It was all that me getting a label and me getting a deal, all that shit went down the drain. It went down the drain, and y'all, and I already told them about the logo, and it's just a beautiful thing, man.
Hey, did you tell him? Did you tell him that the original click after Busy Boy Productions, it was the Mad Circle?
Hey, but look, no. Tell him about the Busy Boy. I told you we was Busy Boys, yeah.
We was Busy Boy Productions. I'm telling you, bro. I was in the 7th grade. Me and Tajay was in the 7th grade. Dale was in the 9th. We used to drive down to Inglewood, bro. Like, but I told him the story about when we went to when we went to Compton with your partner Player P.
Yeah.
Right?
The studio.
Yeah.
We went to the studio.
No. Okay.
It was like
I thought you meant the swap meet.
No, this is what I was talking about, James.
This was nighttime. This was nighttime, and it was like in Compton. And your partner, I remember your partner, Player P. I think that was his name.
His name is Paul.
Paul, yeah, he was your homie. He was kind of driving us around everywhere we went. He was driving you around.
He was drunk as hell everywhere we went.
Hey, bro, I was so young, I didn't know that he was drunk, bro. I just thought he was just a wild nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I'm like 13. I'm 13 years old. So I remember we went to the studio. It was a record store, had a studio in the back, and the front was kind of dark. We went to the back room. The door opened up, and it was just like red everywhere, right? It was just like everybody had on red. It was like some table with some guns over here.
Yep.
And I was like, I remember I seen Candyman. It was like Candyman in this motherfucker. Bruh. So me and Tajay tripping. This brother P, he'd be like, all right, I'm gonna be here at this time. He sped off. And I was like, Jinx, why he speed on? Why he out on us so quick like that? Why he was like, oh, bro, because his car blew. You know what I'm saying? The blue car ain't cool around here. And I was like, huh? I didn't even understand this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. So we get to the back room we go into the store and we get to the back room, open up the studio, and this one dude in the front, whoever was working the dough looked at me and was like, oh hell no, you gonna have to come out of that, young blood. I had on blue hat, nigga. Blue Adidas, white, black, and blue Adidas, blue galactic wash Levi's, and blue shoes. And dude was like, nah, take that off. Take that. I took my hat off, had to take my shirt off, had to take my shoes off. He was like, man, if you was a grown-up, I'd make you get out them pants too, but we gonna let you have them on, little homie. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, this shit. I was like, what
somebody just brought that story up. I was like,
that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
No way, you had to get loose.
Yeah, but Jinx is like,
somebody already said the story before you. But
no, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
But that's your young mind, and your young mind remember what you remember.
I don't know. I mean, could you tell me what I missed? You don't remember me getting? But Tajay was right there.
Because I told Young when we went to the Slauson and y'all just could not stop saying blood.
Oh, that story, yeah. Now because all right, now I remember that too, because he was like, I remember because all right, you got to remember everybody else in here. We just some kids from Oakland. Everybody say blood. You know what I'm saying? And also for anybody listening, Colors wasn't out yet.
Yeah.
So people up north, unless you was connected with family in SoCal, you didn't know what none of that shit was about. Yeah. So I remember Jinx used to get stirred at us, boy. He's like, you gonna get us killed out here, boy. You gonna get us smoked. And it got to the point to where, like, we had to learn to censor ourselves, because you got to remember, we 12,
Hey, you remember I told y'all, the niggas, they throw going on
the mouth,
yeah, real talk, bruh. Real talk, man. I remember that. But,
hey, if y'all hear everything I told y'all today, and Young and get online, but I don't remember the take your shirt off.
Basically, I had on all blue. They just left me in my jeans and my little white tee I had on under it. But they was cool. But they was like, you just can't be rocking that shit in here, bro. Tajay was right there. So
it might have been the other way around. It might not have been red. It might have been.
Oh no! Wait, no. I think you're right. I think it was all red.
Right.
And it wasn't tripping off the.
It wasn't all blue.
Because it's the neighborhood.
You wouldn't have took us to the red spots.
Nah,
the neighborhood, right?
Well, whichever way it happened.
Nah, it wasn't like I wouldn't have took them around there. It's just like we was mad segregated in them days. Like you couldn't just pull up on people. Hold on, let me get this light.
Candyman was in there though.
Yeah, Candyman was there.
I was like, knocking the boots, nigga. What?
Yeah, I remember you did say that shit. Yeah.
Candyman was in there. I was like, man,
Candyman was a dude that was like how you say, Candyman was a dude that was in the high school that I went to before, and rest in peace, Johnny J. He was there. My high school, Washington, was crazy. So with Candyman and he doing all this shit, yeah. And if you look at the timeline, you will see that Candyman is on the cover of the NWA album.
He is with you on there and all of them. But I used to remember when we used to go back when we was back in Oakland. But me and Tajay was like, see, these are our partners right here. These are people. We fucking with people. Was like, man, shut the fuck up. I'm like, no, for real. Dale was like, Ice Cube, my cousin. Niggas was like,
you're like, no, they're not.
Right. But he talking about a timeline between 89, 80, summer of 87
Summer 87.
Summer of 80. I remember summer of 88 to because
wait, summer of 87 was with Dale. That's when Dale went down there with D. Shane. And made that first demo. Because when he came back to Oakland, I think that might have been the summer. That might have been summer 87. Yeah, summer 87.
Because where we took the pictures at, that was like 88 because
I want to see them pictures, Jinx.
It's 88. It's on my and I'll give them to you. I'll give you the raw pictures.
They on your IG?
I found them. No, yeah. I went to this one little spot that you can run the goddamn negative through this little thing and turn them MP3s right now. So on my Instagram, if you look down, I got the pictures of you and Tajay and Dale. You remember when Dale was wearing that big ass jacket that I found, and y'all was his background, and then he was TDK. He wasn't even Dale then.
Yeah, he was TDK plus 30, and we was the plus 30. Like his crew was plus 30, like he had 30 people, but it was just a couple of us.
It was just 3 people, and that's why I was telling Young. Nah, look, when I was telling before you got online, Domino was online, and he was like, I was like, back in the day, y'all wasn't good with Casual. Y'all Casual wasn't with y'all. He was like a person y'all was battling then.
Yeah.
And then y'all end up being friends. Expand on that.
That's real. That's right. Because he was doing his hip hop, but you know the story that is, Jinx, because when we used to come back down from down south with you, we used to come back with songs, and motherfuckers up north would be like, "How these niggas making these songs?" And Cash specifically, I remember he had said this. He even said it on the documentary. He was like, "Man, mom," he said to his mom and dad, he's like, "Man, mom and dad, I want to be doing this with these niggas. Like, they making songs and shit, and we just rapping and shit and blah, blah, blah." And that's how Cash started going to making his own demo with Torre and them.
Right.
Because we came back.
So everybody that was on the line that heard the story, that Casual wasn't with them at first. They were just kids, and then they was kind of battling each other. And then
but the team was me. The team was me. See, I was Dale partner and I was Tajay partner. So Dale had me with him, and I had Tajay with me. You know what I'm saying? Tajay and Dale, they got along because of me, but they used to bump heads a lot back in the day. But they got along because of me. And it was just us three. And since I was Dale's little partner and he was fucking with you, is how I got on. You know what I'm saying? Right. We was Dale background and you was fucking with Dale. And that's basic. Right. But I swear that set my whole life in a whole different trajectory, bro. I was already a hip hop head, bro. But when I seen how like the 4-track worked and you could record on a cassette more than once, oh my God, because we was doing the stuff. Like what? We was doing, but before that, me and Tajay was on the like had the Casio SK1 and the dual recorders going back to back, getting hella hits every run. You know what I'm saying? You record the vocals.
Tascam.
You had the Tascam. Tascam 4 something. Yeah.
Yeah, 4-track.
Yeah.
Hey, look. And the Tascam we had was a 4-track. But we would only record on one track, and they were 2 stereos, so it was only two stereo tracks, and we would record on each track and turn the thing and record on one side, and the beat will be in fucking mono.
Yo, when you had to bounce them 3 tracks to one, that shit would make it even sound like more shit, to add more shit in there for the scratches and all.
Right, but I learned that from Steve Yano. Rest in peace, Steve Yano from Neuronium, when Dre was doing the mixtapes, because back in the day, stereo wasn't really the business. So now you can use a
because Walkman wasn't big yet. I mean, they were just
it wasn't even
they was just coming out, so people was always hearing shit out of systems. So stereo didn't really matter.
But I'll pan everything to the middle, so everything will just be a mono. So
boom.
When we Domino was on earlier.
I'm gonna text
you know, we got duck season. All that stuff we was doing with. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead.
We was doing duck season. We was doing all the shit we was doing. We was doing all those little songs, and I had a vision. And I can't even explain why I even felt that way.
Well, you was a visionary, damn, bro. Like, I mean, because we was all right. Me and Tajay and Dale, we was already hip hop heads since like '79, you know, and really got into it tough, like rapping. I started rapping '82, Dale '83. But up until the time we met you, we had no idea really how songs were made at all. Right. And when we actually got to see that shit, I saw that shit at 12 years old, man. And I was like, this is how songs are made, bro. You are definitely a genius, bro. Like for real, bro. Like, I mean, the shit that I seen you do with my own eyes, bro. And then after that, to blow up.
Look.
When you blew up, I was like, that's my producer.
And telling you wrong. Like not like. I know you in your position right now, but at that point, I'd be like, no, that rap don't go that long.
What? I remember.
You gotta stop right here.
I remember that. I remember coming down there with hella
30
raps.
bar rhymes.
Well, I remember coming down there with hella raps. We ended up writing shit on the spot because none of the shit that we had was Jinx wasn't fucking with none of it. And I was like, what? We wrote all of these raps. We've been writing these shits for years. Well, how is this shit not dope? Jinx was like, nope. But how could you tell the big homie? Because I felt like my shit was dope. But how do you tell the big homie who like you can't tell him nothing, bro? We just had to rewrite. We had to write our shit.
I never got that attitude. I never got that you thought I was stopping you. I always was moving forward, and I'm living off of Dr. Dre. I've been in the studio with him, and I'm experiencing what I experienced with him, with y'all. So all I'm doing is remembering what the Wrecking Crew was doing, and then by the time y'all got there, I'm like, yo, we gotta dump, stop.
You was on it though, because we didn't know what we was doing, bro. Like again, verses and hooks was a foreign concept up until that point. I mean, we had heard it a million times, but when it came to making a song, we just had books of raps, bro. But me and Tajay on an average would write 24 bar verses.
Right, I told you about 30 goddamn verses.
Because that's what would fit on 2 pages of notebook.
Hey.
But when you guys was writing the rhymes wasn't to the beat. The rhymes were to the rhymes.
We didn't have no real beats till we met you. We was like literally Casio SK1 with one sound. I be having make one beat box sound and it would be like.
It's true for a lot of kids, though. That's true for a lot of kids. Don't write the beats like when we teach in juvie or when we teach in school. Kids, they a lot of times they won't be writing the beats. They'll just be writing.
That changes everything. Oh, yeah. You know how we used to do the reverb when me and Tajay did our raps. We used to get one of them big aluminum mixing bowls for the cakes, the big aluminum ones, and have it next to our mouths, next to the tape recorder for reverb, my nigga.
Wow.
Like that's how we did reverb before we met. Like Jinx was showing niggas how to make shit echo high powered. Me and Tajay was like, no, how did he do that shit? What the fuck? And he over there twisting shit like. But I swear,
in my bedroom, yeah.
In your bedroom. Yeah.
Right.
Change motherfuckers' life. As soon as
y'all was there, and y'all was there. Not only y'all was there at the Compton house, because I have to call it Compton house, but it was really in LA off in Imperial. That's why where the Imperial and my name come from. Is I lived off of Van Ness and Imperial.
Damn.
So they Cube lived down the street, and then they would come and we would have to. My mom would have to talk to his mom. My mom would have to talk to Jay's mom.
Yeah,
and the moms was not with it. They was not with it.
My pops was cool though. Tajay moms was tripping and Dale moms, whatever. But pops
Dale mom wasn't tripping because he can go down the street. And go to Cube house.
Yeah,
but
you did have to talk to my pops.
Quick turnarounds. Huh?
Yeah.
So listen. Listen, if there was no NWA, there would be no hieroglyphics. Is that the truth?
Not how it is.
No.
That's not the truth. That's not the truth.
Because at the end of the day, Ruthless Records didn't do conscious rap. That was my line. That I was doing something different than they weren't doing. So when I was doing working with Dale and working with Adam and working with Tajay, we were going somewhere else because at the end of the day, it was still conscious rap. It was still another form of a freestyle rhyme that didn't have gangster in it.
Yeah,
it didn't have gangster in it. We were still trying to be like B-boys, but we was little kids and we wasn't no gangster about nothing we was doing.
Nah, you know they didn't know nothing about no gangster shit.
So like a West Coast native.
And that's what Dre liked. And when I brought them to Dre was like, I developed that. And then you remember y'all used to catch the train and all that.
That's dope.
Dre used to, hey, Adam, Dre used to pay for all that, yeah?
Wow, man. Shout out Dr. Dre. hey, Jinx, bro.
Hey, he would give it to my mom to make sure that y'all got it, because I had never even seen the bread. So that's how y'all came down. Because y'all was on the train. Was y'all on the train or the bus?
Train. But check it out.
From Jacqueline.
I don't know if you ever seen the documentary, but I gave you your flowers in that thing because I was like, man, the person who got me into production was Sir Jinx, bro. Like got me. Like for real. And
I tried to be a part, but the wrong person was talking to me.
Yeah.
And it's another dude in the hieroglyphics that wasn't there. and he was the one talking to me through a girl, and I was banging on the girl. Like, don't talk to me about that, because you know me and Dale had our differences, and at the end of the day, what's his name? Does his name start with a P? What's his name?
What dude you talking about?
Say his name, because he wasn't there in the beginning. Because is it Opio? Is that him?
Yeah. Opio.
No, it ain't Opio. It's the other dude.
Festo? No, it had to be Opio. It had to be Opio.
No, it's not Opio. It's probably that guy. He wasn't there.
Because Opio's pops was Cube lawyer.
Well, that came later. But it's
you talking about
dude.
Trying to remember who he is, man.
Oh no, just say the members of the group.
But the only people that was there was like me, Dale, Tajay. Then it was Casual, Opio, Festo.
That's the guy. I said start with a P, right? And his name
but it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been him because Fest didn't get in the group till man late. It was somebody.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And he was talking to me through a girl to deal with your documentary, and I'm like, yo, no, I need to talk to the real people.
You talking about dealing with the doc?
What'd you say?
You talking about the documentary? That's what. So somebody was hollering.
Right,
so that's why you saying that's why you
coming.
That's why you didn't end up on it. It's because you talking to the wrong
because
person.
He was coming in through a girl that the girl I knew his girl, and I'm like, yo, I need to talk to the real new dudes. I'm not gonna talk to him, and even to this day, he feel a little bit weird. But he wasn't a part of it, and he was trying to get me.
It is Festo. It is Festo. You're right. You're right. It is.
His name started with a P, right?
Yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That was it, and I ain't really had nothing against dude, but he was just talking trying to make things happen, and he didn't know the story. And I'm like, why am I talking to the side dude? That's how I felt.
Damn.
Like, why is the side dude talking to me? Because you just said that he came later. So
tell me how you really feel.
Right. So I just feel like people shot me the side dude.
Man, you know, if I didn't find out the documentary was being filmed until like a cool couple years after it started being filmed, because the dude who was filming it, Shamari, is somebody that I went to Howard Elementary School from, like, you know.
Howard, shout out Howard.
Yeah, so I just started seeing him at all the festivals with a camera, like everywhere we went. I was like, damn, you feeling?
I'm just saying, Young was just talking a little too aggressive and not know the real business. I don't have nothing against the guy, but at the end of the day, he was using his energy in the wrong way, and that's why Jinx wasn't in it. If Dale would have called me, you would have called me, Tajay would have called me, then I would have been like, okay, I'll pitch in. But I don't. Obio is the coolest nigga in the goddamn world. He the coolest dude in the world. But this other dude, I didn't know him. I knew him through a girl. And I was like, and I even banged on the girl, like, why are you even talking to me about rap? And then he was a part of a side broad that I knew, and it just went all bad.
Oh man, damn.
Well, she wasn't even a real one.
Well, check it out, man. When the actual Hiero doc get done, man, you definitely on that, because you like DNA in the shit, bro. You know?
But you hear what I'm saying.
Real spill. I mean, I was there, bro. I was there.
He recording the whole thing, and you my loved one, but you can see why y'all would have got perturbed that I didn't come in, because I don't even know this dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, because I wasn't in no capacity having anything to do with the making of it. You know, I just kind of, I just showed up when they said show up, and interviewed, and then when the final cut was done, I got to say what parts I didn't like. That was my only involvement in it. So,
but
like,
the young was like, hey, we about to do this, and I'm like, you not even a part of this story. Who are you? And then he got offended because, you know, I'm turned up. all the time.
Yeah.
That's like a person say you wrecked into their car, but you end up talking to their pops. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, who are you? You wasn't even in the wreck.
It's crazy that like within 2 weeks ago, I had no idea Sir Jinx and the Hal Griffiths had any type of connection. They're just both from California until now.
Man, that's my young
Full circle.
Maybe because
Jinx my mentor, yo.
and that's Dale's cousin. That's the only way I could think of it could be possible. You know what I mean? So
full circle.
Hey, but the cold thing is, we all landed, and I knew they were dope. And
you was on it, bro. Like Jinx, you was on. You like that. That's what I was saying earlier when I said you a visionary, because like you had like you knew some shit that we didn't understand, and you was like, just do this, man. This gonna go. Just do this, man. Y'all dope. Y'all do this. If you do it like this, and again, I was just a kid, but that was happy to have a direction. So I was like, and I mean, you used to play songs and play beats, and I was like, man, he know what he talking about.
And y'all was off the rocker. Y'all niggas was like, you know, cause now, you know, rap is almost like MMA. So
I love MMA.
I know every flow. And you guys was coming off the cusp to even Dr. Dre to pay for the situation. But when Cube left, it was over. Dissolved.
It all went bad when like it all changed when Cube left. And And then when Cube was fucking with Dale, he was like, and this is out of Dale mouth too. This ain't like no secret or no cut down. But Cube was like envisioning Dale as I don't know if he got this from you or someone else because I was too young to know. But Cube was envisioning Dale as his version of Digital Underground.
Wow.
But the reason why I only did dark skinned girls is because I believe that Dale was not Digital Underground. Dale was what would I say? A war tour.
Tribe Called Quest. He's more Jungle Brothers, Tribe Called Quest type shit.
And Cube didn't like
that shit. He didn't like that shit. Nah, Cube wasn't fucking with
it. He didn't like none of that. He didn't like the Jungle Brothers. He didn't like none of the earthy rapping guys.
That's why I used to joke with Q.
P-Funk.
Yeah, he made him like he did all the P-Funk shit following like the funk theme of Digital. But that's why I used to like tease Cube about like I used to sing the CIA raps to him.
That's what I was about to say.
Remember I used to say bust the CIA raps to him. He used to be like, I wish I still remembered them shits.
Put that on the program last week.
But you got to remember that
shit was hard though.
Yeah,
A+. If you don't know what made me upset, that's what made me upset.
What you mean about the Cube Dale thing?
Is that they took him in a route that he wasn't in, and he never did a Die Babalina again. That is not Dale. I knew what you guys are, and you guys did it on your own, and I knew what you was gonna do. So every time I heard Souls of Mischief, I was like, somebody stole that from under my feet.
Well, like you kind of got we all got yanked. I was so out of the loop that I was with Dale, so I was going wherever Dale went because that's big bro, and
right.
that shit just all happened in front of me. I was just like, what the fuck, what's happening? You know what I'm saying?
I do believe you and Tajay didn't know what was going on.
We had no clue, bro. We were literally the little homies. Like for the people out there, whoever gonna see this, like Dale was like, me and Dale had a strange friendship because he was 2 years older than me. I was in the first grade, he was in the third grade, so it was kind of weird but that was our relationship the whole way. So by the time this shit started happening with Jinx, like I was a dude that Dale brought with him, and when the shit started, when the Jinx shit and then the Cube shit happened, then I was going wherever Dale was going, even though Jinx was the one who was like producing me, putting me on, and Tajay was with me. So me and Tajay is like this, you know what I'm saying? So wherever I'm going, I'm bringing Tajay with me the same way Dale was with me.
But you know what? Let me tell you something.
When Cube went that way, I was just like, I didn't even know what. I never even got no explanation what happened till I seen you mad years later in life, and you was hot, and I didn't know why. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what happened, my nigga? I was like, what happened? You know what I mean?
But I'm the type of guy, and I'm sure I got a lot of producers online that I don't snitch. If I got a problem with you, I got a problem with you. I don't go to the media. I don't tell my problems.
I remember you was breaking it down. You was breaking it down a little bit.
Now that y'all successful and y'all did what y'all do, and y'all got y'all, everything that's going on, then now I can tell you why I could have put beef in it, and I didn't. I just backed out.
I didn't realize that till later. Like when I don't know if you remember this, when I seen you at Elements in SoCal. It was like one night at Elements. I just happened to bump into you. You was there. I think it was Elements. It was like it was like a underground LA hip hop club. It was
Elements that was down on Santa Monica, right there, right by Melrose, right by the freeway.
I hadn't seen you in some years to that point, and you was kind of breaking it down to me then, and I was like, I remember that we was like smoking, man. I was smoking Mad Tough, and I was just like kind of mind blown because there's hella shit I just didn't understand or didn't know. And
but the dope part is we
everybody
know it
landed
now, and I didn't sell nobody out. No, I wasn't in my feelings. In the new world, the new world word is in my feelings. I wasn't in my feelings. And I was mad at Dale that he let people finagle him in a way that I couldn't even talk to you and I couldn't talk to Tajay. And that made me even more mad because I think it's deliberate.
Yeah, I remember I was talking to you. I was like, just hit Dale. He was like, hit Dale. Dale need to hit me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, that was at Elements. I was like, oh man, you got a point there. Cause it was kind of like, again, it was a trip because I was like directly affected by it all, but had no hand in anything. I was just moving.
That's why, the producers that's online, that's listening to this, at some point, it will unravel.
Yeah,
you gotta give people on paper.
Bad hands in the situation. I can feel good talking to A+, and I didn't go at everybody. I just let it go. I just said Dale is not in control over what he's doing. And I just threw my hands up, and you guys turned into goddamn celebrities.
Man, hey, thank you, brother, man. You a G for that, man. Because again, I didn't discover a lot of this till like mad years later. And you really was a G about everything because I would be hot. I would be hot. Well, not like you wasn't, but I'm not sure if I would have been.
But if you was in my shoes,
I'm not sure if I would have been so G about it if I was in your shoes.
All that house, me being at the house and mom's cooking and we all eating, and then now the rug is snatched up under me. I was just happy that y'all made it, and I was a part of it. But you don't have to bring Jinx up. You don't have to bring me up. You would have done it without me.
But you know what? I bring you up because it's a part of the story of my life. Because like I'm with Souls of Mischief and I'm with Hieroglyphics, but I'm an individual, and it's my individual love for music that got me on the path to where I ended up meeting certain people. And it's poignant. It's poignant to me that the first time I seen a 4-track, it saw an SP12 with the floppy disk with the 5 1/4. And I seen a song get recorded in the fucking bedroom when I was doing it on dual record beatboxing and shit before that. Like that shit changed my life. So when I talk about it, it's a part of my story. It don't got nothing to do with like trying to correct nobody else's story and tell nobody else's timeline. That shit turned my life into where
that's why I didn't implement you guys in it. It was just all Dale and Dale made that happen that way. But I was already on the top of the mountain. So at the end of the day, y'all came to the top of the mountain and met me there. Cause I remember y'all used to it wasn't even no Hiero Day. It was just some Oakland shit that Oakland with Numbskull and all the stuff that go on with the Loonies and all the guys that
they're my people.
And I would run into you. I think I took a picture of you guys at one of those picnics, those Oakland picnics.
Yeah.
And I probably was a little stale, but I probably then I was in my feelings.
I like that. I'm gonna bite that, a little stale. I heard that.
That's gonna be next. That's gonna be Adisa's next word of the week.
Shit, that's gonna be somebody's new album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was a little stale.
Yeah.
Stale
brand.
You think
I was a little stale.
you think
I think that
an A+ fucking Sir Jinx song come out in the future from now, like some?
Yeah. What's up with that?
Oh man, that'll be my.
Yeah.
Man, I think Jinx out my price range. I don't think I can afford Jinx. What? Man,
Hey, but it's not affording Jinx. It's making us go to a place that we can make money. I don't want to make money off of you, and you don't want to make money off of me. We can make money together. You know what I'm saying?
Wow,
But it takes time for stuff to heal, and when I gave up on the Dale situation, I said there's gonna be casualties on this, and they don't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Dale had everything to do with it, so that's why I knew you guys were gonna be successful, and I'm motherfucking right.
Hey man, salute. You was right, bro. You was definitely right, my brother. Definitely right. And I remember like, and even you saying it now, give me chicken skin, man, because back then, what me and Tajay was doing, and Dale, of course, too, it wasn't a lot of belief in us. You know what I'm saying? Like, people didn't really believe. We was on some different shit. We was on some weirdo shit. Parents wasn't really supporting. Friends and family wasn't supporting it at all. And it was just cool to like, yeah, but that's
y'all would have been signed to Ruthless Records at first. If Q would have stayed there, y'all would have been on Ruthless Records.
I try to tell people that, like, man, like we was like Easy was fucking with us, like Dre was fucking with us, like we was Sir Jinx group. Sir Jinx was our producer and our DJ, but like, oh my goodness, I try to tell people shit, and man, it's like when they talk about that NWA tree, bro, that shit is crazy, bro.
And then when they talk about the NWA tree, y'all was there. But it wasn't a part of the story. It was a part of my story, you know. And in my story, because you know I'm in the movie, but now.
Oh man, I wanted, bro. I was watching the movie and like I know like there was. I remember so much of that shit that I was privy to because of getting information from you, because it wasn't no internet. The shit was not in publications. The source hadn't even come. The source was like a leaflet, like pamphlet type shit that had a top 10 radio shit and looked like a cafeteria menu. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I remember
y'all was there. Hey, y'all would have been there at what 15, 12 years old? Y'all would have had a record deal at 12 years old. No, you wasn't 12. You was like 14.
I was 13 when we first connected, and so like it was right around there, bro. Like, I mean, it's so crazy. Just even look at you now, big bro. Like, for real, it's crazy, man. Like you said. You like I still to this day. Oh, what I do? I hope you got some pictures of when you used to cut me and Tajay hair up, bro.
I was a barber, y'all. I was a barber.
That's what people don't know. What? That's what people don't know. Jinx, do you still fuck with it? Jinx was the rawest barber. He could do the whole United States on the back, and he could do the whole continent of Africa
do the names. No, the Africa.
Bro. He's hey.
Africa emblem.
Nah. It wasn't like
the Public Enemy. No.
They not feeling it.
No, I know.
I'm not talking about he did one little pattern. He would do the whole side of your fade, all intricate with patterns and symbol. Oh goodness, bro. I'm saying Jinx was like. I don't know if you still cut.
I told him that I thought I was like the Puff Daddy. I thought I was on to something. And I had these young guys, and then you remember we had we ain't gonna bring up too many people's names because it's being recorded. But I had a couple of artists that I was dealing with at the time. But at the end of the day, it was Busy Boy. And you remember when Young said that he had Busy Boy, I had Busy Boy. And everybody was Busy Boy Productions.
Busy Boy Productions. I remember y'all had jackets and shit. Like we was gonna get them. Me and Tajay was saving up to try to get some jackets too. And then the name changed to, I don't know how you talk about that in public, but the angry sphere, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't have an angry sphere.
No, bro. That was my code word for the mad circle, bro.
Oh, shit.
That's my code for the man. I don't know if you talk about it in public.
Right. Nah, we don't bring that up. Hey, you remember that, bro?
Right. But I was there for I was there for that, though. I was there for that. All right, yeah. Nah, but on some real shit, though. On some real shit, like, when I say, like, first of all, man, in hip-hop, I'm always going to be an MC and on some B-boy shit, but as a producer, I enjoy that process way more than I would enjoy writing raps and spitting raps and shit. And I'm not saying I don't enjoy being an MC. I'm not saying that at all, because I love it all. But to be very honest, production is my straight love. I love creating the music. I love the magic of it all. I really feel like these are like, it's the same fucking notes and semitones repeated. This shit is like math. It's like magic. You know what I'm saying? And making beats has always been like some more enjoyable to me than the rapping aspect. And I'm just being honest. And like, you the first producer I ever, like, real producer that I met. I you know what I'm saying? I think I seen a couple people on RX-7s do some real crazy shit before that.
Right.
But you was the first time that was my first real studio experience, bro. In your bedroom, bro. Like, right. I still have visions of it. It wasn't even a whole lot of space, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was right by the door.
It was kind of like, it was like a sliding door, right?
Yeah, I was telling them, everybody got to lay down, but don't sleep by the door.
Yeah.
Yo, Domino's in the building, brother. Domino's in the building.
He came back.
What up, Dom?
Getting back.
What up, big bro? That's the Corona beard. What's up, brother?
I'm good, man. I had to go tend to my kids. So
your lifeline.
How the kids? How the twins doing, my man?
They're good.
That's what's
just,
up.
Trying to find something to do. But things are good. What you up to, man? I hit you a couple times, man. You never hit me back.
Oh, man,
too busy for me, man.
Oh, nah, brother. Nah, I be out of town where there's like limited reception, and I stay there for long periods of time. Like, it's a couple different places. It's a little program I got going on, but a lot of times I get back in town and I don't get any of the missed calls or texts.
Yeah,
so
it's all good.
Yeah, man, brother,
it's
man.
All good. Yeah. Cool. So y'all still at it, man. I was like, damn, they still on?
You bring an A+ with Jinx, and it's gonna be a whole nother.
Oh yeah. It's like family reunion and shit.
Exactly. Jinx and they've been going at it for about a good hour.
Yeah. I tried to get Casual to get his butt in here. I hit him up, but he ain't. I was gonna surprise you, but he's like, boom.
Yeah. Man, I got in late, man. I was like, Phil was hitting me, but I was driving. I was coming into town, so I was like, man, if y'all are still gonna, because I know y'all started pretty early, so I was like, man, if y'all are still gonna be on when I get home, then I'll hop on. And when I got in, Drummond was like, man, we're still on, going strong. So that's when I hopped in. Then I saw Jinx in there and just started talking about shit, man. Just
hey, you my youngin', bro, and at the end of the day, there's gonna be a situation where we gonna slap 5 and be like, we did this shit. We came, we did, we conquered. We did what we were supposed to do.
Yes, sir, man. I thank you for everything, man. I really do. And I know you're not the type of person that was ever looking for anything, man, but like your impact on my
somebody fighting with their kids. Hold on.
I remember that. Oh yeah, that's why I ain't got no more.
No more.
Yeah.
You don't got no kids, A+?
I have one. He's 19. I'm Crocodile Dundee. I'm over. I'm cool. I just got free.
Lucky bastard.
I just got free, man. He in his first year in his first semester in college, his second semester in college about to start. I'm just free for like the last 6 months. I'm good.
Oh, you lucky bastard, man.
Yeah, man. I'm like,
Hey, I'm glad you guys experienced this. This is my guy, and y'all heard the first part of the conversation, and I'm sure you're gonna have to edit this and make it really attractive.
Hey, Jinx, man. Like you said, how many kids you got?
I got 3.
Right on, man.
One is enough.
Yeah, my kids is grown though. My daughter 28. Like my kids is grown. They all in their dubs.
Right on, man. Bless your life, man.
I bring the
Yeah, I got 2 boys and
I gotta open it.
Oh man, he's going through the trenches now.
You say you got 2 boys?
I got 2 boys and 1 girl.
That's what's up, man. Bless
My
you,
girl
man.
is the oldest, and my
You're just gonna have to
youngest
skip
son
that.
is 25.
You got any grandkids?
Nah, I told everybody the first person that made me a grandfather gonna lose everything. Cause this is gonna go to the kid. So, but my sons are really strong on what they believe, and I was a young kid. I was 17 on the road with NWA, and I try to instill in my kids that 1 second of fucking could change your whole motherfucking life. That's how I met your goddamn mama.
Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck.
One good thing you got pull-out game. Everybody pull-out game is terrible.
Yeah, that's a falsehood. Pull-out game is a myth. That's an old tale that we just tell still. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pull out.
I'm gonna pull out. I'm getting that little tingly feeling, and I should be okay.
Oh,
no,
man.
you're gonna have child support and.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my Lord.
I didn't want to go from being a producer to a reproducer.
Come on, man. I done been through it, man.
Yeah, I thought this was about music production.
Yeah. Reproduction.
It is about music production.
They really use the producer's corner and shit.
The reproducer's corner.
Hey, plus, it's not about music, but it is about production.
We weren't talking about music
kept
production.
To the topic still. Kept to the topic still. It is on production, though,
But it's just the experience of dealing with the music, and I thought that this is what it's about. We can talk about what kind of equipment we got, but the best part is dealing with people that have went through it, and that's why I'm talking to the kids about how to protect themselves. And I had the best lawyers, I had the best accountants, and they was on my side. They was on my side. So when you're dealing with this music, there's a whole bunch of spectrums that come with making a dope beat. Cause you might think you cute, but the bitch only like the beat.
There goes.
Hey, Jinx, brother Jinx.
Yeah.
You know what that just reminded me of?
Sure.
I had a vivid flashback of you programming, all right, that song me and Tajay did, High Powered, right? And you remember the horn was like, you sampled the James Brown shit, that dun 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 dun, right? You remember that, right? So I remember you programming the first time I seen it when you did that one part before my verse came in. It was like,
right.
And it had the horn like multi-tap
right.
rolling. I just had I had a vision of you doing that on the SP, bro. Just now in the little like this much space.
Hey, let me tell you a secret, yeah.
What's up?
You remember when I moved and we went to the other apartment, and that's where we took the pictures in the backyard and stuff, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Around the corner, Far Side was being made.
Wow.
It's crazy. Like, we was on Hardin Drive and Glenway, and on La Cienega, Far Side was made right around the corner from us.
That's crazy. Because, you know, we
Right,
ended up like...
Not in our timeline. And then in our timeline, right before I went to New York to deal with Cube, Corrupt was at my house, like was on Glenway, the same place. Like Corrupt was like...
So he might have heard that once upon a time in the
17 years
projects beat. He might have heard that once upon a time in the projects beat from me and Tajay, huh?
Well, no, because I was, you know, back in the day, producers didn't
play their beats to yeah. All right, you right. Back then,
right.
you kind of kept them in the tuck.
Yeah, because that was my armor to go to Ruthless. But by the time we left the house that we're gonna call it the Compton house, and then we went over there, Dre was still paying for y'all to come to come to LA so I can produce stuff
wow.
to go to Ruthless. And then and right when we went to Glenway, that's when Cube left. And then we were all by the wayside by that point. Like,
damn,
and I hit you like, yo, the Once Upon a Time in the Projects beat is called Once Upon a Time in the Projects now.
Yeah, I remember too. You know what? Like, from my perspective, Jinx, we were such little kids that like, and like Cube hadn't come out yet. You know,
right.
Like, so it would that whole mania hadn't happened yet. So I was just
right.
like, oh, that's just Jinx gonna make us another beat. You know what I'm saying? If you want that one, like, that's a priority. You know what I'm saying? Again, America's Most Wanted had not come out yet. Cube's first out, people was writing Cube off in the media. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They were like, he ain't gonna be able to be by himself.
That's what I was telling everybody on the phone before you got there, that it wasn't a good move. Everybody thought it was a dumb move.
The industry was saying that there was no way he could do it by himself, and he was stupid for leaving. That's what the whole industry was saying at the time.
Right. We both know that.
And nobody knew, but I felt like we was like the only people out here who knew that he was out there fucking with Chuck D and them, because you was out there with him calling us back here. So when you was like, yeah, Cube fucking with that beat, that Once Upon a Time in the Projects is his shit, and me and Tajay was like, we looked at that like a badge of honor. We was like, oh, the shit that used to be ours is going on Cube shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that
we was kids.
I would love to hear
we wasn't even like, oh man. We wasn't even like, oh man, because Jinx made he made all our beats to that point. So like, this is before I started making beats for me and Tajay. Like, I started doing that because we stopped fucking with Jinx. You know what I'm saying? And Dale started making our beats, and he didn't make them fast enough. So.
Nah. Dale
that's how I learned.
Dale was real intricate on his beats. Like, he'll make a beat in a week. Like, he make one beat a week. But no, he didn't make.
Yeah, he didn't go fast enough. Like,
he only presented a beat in a week, but he'll be working on
exactly. See, that's the point, because when you was like start getting mad busy and successful, like, it was just Dell making our beats, and he was going at that pace, and he was making most of them for him. And me and Tajay was just like, yo, and that's literally what I was like, well, Jinx showed me enough to do. Like, well, I think I can make some beats. You know what I'm saying? That's literally how I started. That's literally how I started really focusing on production. Literally.
I got a question. I got a question real quick. Domino,
go shoot.
Who made At the Helm?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
That's That's one of the hardest beats ever made. Ever.
Oh, for
That
sure.
shit is crazy.
Oh, thanks, man.
That shit
The
is,
funny,
and that shit is stupid on the
Wait, hold on. Stop using ever made.
yeah.
No, it
that's,
is.
That's a high bar.
That is.
Say that's a beat you like. Don't say that's the hardest beat ever made.
I said it's one. It is one of the hardest
Rebel Without a Pause.
For him.
That was the hardest beat ever.
What is?
Rebel Without a Pause.
Rebel Without a Pause.
I mean, that might bring the noise,
that
but
might
like,
be the hardest beat ever made. That like
right.
Hey, Ante Up's pretty hard too, though.
But wait.
Now you going.
So when we do that, we got to do that in its area. We can't be cross era. We can't do cross era.
That's what I was gonna say. That was way. That was.
That's not
7,
fair.
8, 9.
That's not fair to the
later.
artists. That's not fair to the artists, respectfully, from their different time frames. Because as hip hop,
I ain't taking nothing from Domino, but Young just say the hardest beat ever made. I'm like,
I think it is. Every time I hear that, I get hyped. Like for me, it's.
Well, just say
like,
that was the best beat you like.
I mean, I
think that's what he meant.
The hardest.
I think it's categorically in one of the top. My opinion, and of course, it's my opinion. It goes without saying, right? But to me, from a more objective perspective, there's probably, I don't know, 25 of like the top beats, and of course it would be for me, but I still think it's up there. That shit's so hard.
So, Jinx, you never know. Oh, he may mean the top 100 or top 200 hardest. You know, instead of hardest
or top 25,
maybe 200. So
what beat y'all talking about?
Follow leader
at the helm.
At the helm.
It's from. I'll tell you the story behind that song.
Please
do. That song was originally done. Dell was supposed to put out his third album on Elektra called Future Development. It was tentatively titled Future Development. We got through about 3/4 of the record, and then Sylvia Rhone took over at Elektra. And funny story, right? So she takes over. We're in the middle of we're kind of starting this record. And she comes to the Bay and she goes, I want to meet with you and Dell, right? And so we go and we sit down and she's like, yeah, I have a lot, I want to, see what we can do, kind of, how do you feel? She says to Dell, how do you feel about working with Jermaine Dupri, who was really hot at the time? and kid you not, Dell was like, oh, hell no. That's what he said. Oh, hell no. And then
I can hear Dell deep voice. Oh, hell no.
Dell's more of a purist, and at that time, so I guess it was like 90, I guess it was like 95 or whatever.
What, this would be 95, this would be 95, yep.
Yeah, it's like 95, and so like, yeah, and then shortly after, where she was like, "Oh no," So then he got dropped off of Elektra, and we were basically 3/4 of the way through the album, so we had gotten like half the budget already. You know what I mean?
Along with a lot of other groups too, like Pete Rock and CL Smooth and Leaders in the New School, I believe, and like right, Don.
I'm not sure the time frame of when those other groups got dropped.
Because that was a cross collateralization.
That was a WIA. That's when they turned into WIA.
Yo-Yo was there too, and the Yo-Yo and the Lynch Mob was a 3-deal situation they did. So it was Dale, Yo-Yo, and the Lynch Mob.
Wow. Yeah.
No, Yo-Yo was on East West, which is who Sylvia Rhone, but this is after that. Because Dell was signed directly to Elektra. And so this was after she ran East West and she got moved up to run Elektra instead of. Yo-Yo was before that. This was before that because Dell.
I'm trying to tell you is that's the same goddamn road, Jack. Same Sylvia Rhone road.
Yeah, same woman. She ran East West. But yeah, true. But anyway, and so. Long story short, we started at the same time. Our plan initially was like, yo, Dell's still signed. We're going to do this Hiero crew stuff, and we just going to use Dell's juice to pump the record. we're going to use Dell's electric juice, and we're just going to be talking. And he's going to be in interviews just talking about our independent release. And so then basically that killed that idea. But what we ended up doing is we took some of the top songs that we had done off of Dell's Future Development record, and we put them in the pile toward the Hiero record. And that's why it's a Dell solo song, but it's a hieroglyphic song on a hieroglyphic album, but it really was originally a Dell album song, as was Oakland Blackouts and a couple of others.
No Nuts.
And then I don't know, there's one more. I don't remember what song, but there's one more somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't remember offhand. And then Future Development came out with all of the leftover songs.
Right, and then we released it on on internet only.
Yeah, and you made a point too. Like I remember that, like, I was disappointed that the album wasn't coming out and that Dell that got dropped and all that. But I was like, "Ooh, I'm glad I already got paid, because I got paid for mad tracks." You know what I'm saying? Because I ended up doing like. I ended up doing a shitload of songs on there. I need to check to see if they're registered.
The budgets in them days was nice. Yeah, his budget for that third album was $250,000. And we had gotten like, I think maybe 70. No, I think it was like 90, and then we got like the second. We got like 180 of it. And but we had done the record, and like, we weren't even through it, but so everyone who produced songs on it got paid, and the record just never came out. And Elektra don't even have the masters. We kept the masters.
That's
and
dope.
So they paid for us this, and so we kept the masters, and we released that record ourselves later on.
Hey, so Domino, what did you sample for that? Was that like a psych rock record, and what kind of machine did you make that on?
I made that on the Casio. Also made that. Wait. Yeah, I made that also on. That's like one of the last beats I made on the Casio.
Yeah, that was one of the last ones before you switched over.
Yeah, to the MPC. A Casio FZ. I was talking about this earlier. A Casio FZ10M, which was the rack mount of the Casio FZ1, which was like a 29-second sampling rack mount sampler. It came out in like 89, I think, or 89 or 90 is when that sampler came out.
It was like 13-bit or 16?
I remember I was like, Dom,
16.
I was like, Dom gonna bring his VCR.
They used to say it looked like a VCR.
He used to say it was shaped like a VCR, and the way he triggered it was like so different from everything else that we were. I mean, and we only dealt with a certain amount of equipment at the time, but his style and his equipment was so foreign to anything that we had seen, and it kind of lends to how his style ended up. Like when Dom came in and started doing production for Hiero, his style was like definitive compared to like how I produced or how Dell produced. Who we were probably the only other producers in Hiero at the time, and Casual as well. And the way he used it, we used to call it Dom's VCR. And,
that's hella fun.
It didn't have the same sequencing. It was just like mad weird how we did the whole shit. And I never really fully mentally grasped his process, because it just looked mad weird. I was like, "How are you making beats on that shit?" But when he made the beats, we was like, "Can I have that one?
Fire.
Can we? Let's hold some interest and get these three."
Nah,
and be like, "Now, Cash took that one." Niggas be like, "Damn," you know what I mean? Real.
So with that entire thing, you guys got to keep your masters, and on top of that, you got paid $180,000 just to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it got paid out to the people, whatever. But I mean, once a label cuts you off, what you leave with is what you leave with, and all I know is that, like, I did a lot of tracks on that album. Dell recorded a lot of tracks. I did a lot of tracks. None of the tracks I did ended up on the Hiero album. They all ended up on the release that Hieroglyphics put out of the leftovers of that album. But I did about 5 tracks. I got paid handsomely. I was chilling. I was like,
he was 93 till.
I was, yeah.
But the question about the sample, I'll tell you this. It's used. It's also used on a way more popular song that you know really well. And listen to "So What You Want" by the Beastie Boys.
No,
It's the same sample.
No.
Except their shit is way slower.
What?
Damn, I didn't know that.
My mind has just been blown.
I
Listen to it.
I didn't know that either, man.
Wow.
Real
Dude,
real.
that's crazy. And DJ Exile had that on his demo tape. He had his demos from Eminem with Aloe Black, and on the other side's a mixtape, and it has that track on it. Because I got that in '99 or '98 from Subculture magazine before they went out of business. I got a subscription, and they're like, sorry, we're going out of business. So they sent me a whole bunch of vinyl and tapes, and they sent me the Eminem demo tape, and it had that on the mixtape, the B-side, where DJ Exile is just cutting the shit out of records, and he plays that track, and I was like, oh shit, that is crazy, man. That shit's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, people tend to like that, man. You know.
That does something to the crowd too. Like at a Hiero show or at a Dell show, anyone who has witnessed one of those, when that song comes on, there's always kind of like a stop before it comes on, and Dell talks, and like something happens, just to lull the crowd down some. And when that song comes on, and it's always towards the end of the show, if not the last song, like it lights it up. It's something about how it basically, the point is how it plays in the club is also a factor.
It's hard.
It's hard in your headphones. It's hard like in your car. But at the show, it has an energy about it that anyone there that's familiar with the song, they all kind of get in together. It's like just one of those. I don't want to say it's like it has an anthem-y feeling when people feel it, even
because
though
it's one of the hardest beats ever made. That's why.
Yeah.
Because it is.
It's kind of like the people who like that
Jinx,
song.
it is, though, man. It is. It really. It's one of the hardest.
You looking at you like you really gonna test my patience like that?
Jinx, like, man, you invited me on this shit, bruh.
I'm listening. I do stop talking at some point.
Say it again.
I mean, that's what this is about, you know. It's not about me. It's not about you, A+. It's these kind of poriums teaches all angles of what we've been learning throughout the years, and some people might have different versions of the story, but I'm the goddamn horse's mouth. So, and we say the truth. Domino got his shit going on. I mean, we got a lot of guys that's on the line. I want to learn more about everybody that's on here, because that's hip hop. That's called, one day they're gonna make a hip hop Bible, and it's gonna tell the truth.
So I want to know everyone. I want to know everyone's hardest beat, or what you think the hardest beat is, and it's all of our opinions, obviously, right? But I know we heard Jinx. How about other folks? What do you think's the hardest beat?
We're gonna make this the last question of the recording. We can still stay on here because this is gonna be like 5 hours long.
I know.
Well, I'm gonna let you know.
How you gonna edit this?
Like, man,
That's your goddamn fault.
I have it done and shit. Like, yeah.
Right. Well, I'm gonna let you know now. Like, once this stops recording, I gotta go to sleep because I still work this entire weekend.
Nah, but
y'all East Coast time, man.
That's why you got to live in California, man. It's earlier here. You got more time.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit in 2-hour traffic.
Not during Corona.
Sir
What's
Jinx
my?
on the run?
Yes.
Sir Jinx on the run is my hardest beat to me. That fuck that. Yeah, that shit. Yeah.
What beat?
The on the run shit.
On the run.
On the run is fucking hard, yo.
On the run is but they got a bunch of different remixes that Tone and Pope did. So it's like, but the one where
the one that's on the album
I got from the Untouchables, and they were like, Mister.
Yeah.
Run, but the show can't hide.
That's on the album. It's on the album, right? Not the one that came with the single.
Right, but they did. You remember I told you they had the masters, so they did a bunch of, and the track masters did do a good dope ass version of the song.
That's the one with the piano, right? That's the one with the Ray Bryant
And it's
break.
pitched up and down. Yeah.
Right. I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad at
Who do the dun 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 dun?
Right.
What's the drum break on it?
It's Ray Bryant.
Who did that
Ray
one?
Bryant upon this rock. That's the
Okay.
that's the sample. That sample has a drum break and a piano.
It was so far out of my hands. You know, I was on the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, by the time the Live and Let Die, and you got to remember that Coogee Rap was the first person that did those kind of titles, like with 50 Cent and Biggie Smalls. They all had those kind of titles. But by the time the Coogee Rap record came out, No Vaseline was out, and I was over it. I was like, they ruined it. They ruined it. That should have came out before Death Certificate.
Yeah.
Right.
I was always thinking that was done after. That's what's crazy.
You know what's a hard beat? Speaking of G-Rap, Bad to the Bone.
Yes, my favorite beat on that album.
Doom 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 doom.
Who did
That's
that?
bad to the bone.
That's the other joint though.
Did Large Professor did that one?
Yeah, that's the Large Pro shit.
I think you're going to Road to Riches now.
Kind of like
that
album. That shit was
Yep.
dope. That shit.
Right.
That was my
Road to
favorite beat.
Riches.
Hey,
That year in hip hop, man, all of that whole little range of years in hip hop. To be honest, it was so formative. It was so formative for the art form, for the culture. You know what I mean? It was like it was like that one. I don't even know the right way to say it. Like a flowering time for hip hop, because I don't know.
Well, yeah, A+. What I'm trying to say is, back in them days, you were only dope as your production. I mean, or the stuff that you work with. Yeah. And some people became dope because they were limited, and then some people were whack because they had too much outboard gear. It was like too much, and that was dope back in the day, because it didn't matter if you had the most money. It just depended on how you felt, because a lot of people had a lot of equipment and they made garbage, but then you had people that had less equipment.
Same thing nowadays.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, everybody used the same equipment, so that make all the music sound.
Except Domino.
Well,
Get the Casio.
I'm not talking about none of us. I'm just saying the hits. There are hits out there right now. I don't got no hits out there right now, only because I'm not using the same technique. I'm not following behind somebody that's been following behind me. I'm moving up to orchestra. I'm moving up to real sounds. I'm moving up to most of my shit ain't sampled, you know. And when you start dealing with samples, then you have a repetitive sound, and it only goes so far. So a lot of people using the same sounds. That's why the music, when the white people was waiting on rap music to fall, it's damn sure on its way.
I mean, it depends on if everyone's using the same sample packs versus like using like sampling different stuff, right?
But it's just no, they're not sampling. They're morphing. They're muffling. They you know, when you look at the Drake music, not that I have no problem with it, but at the end of the day, when I was doing music, I started falling off because everybody started buying the same equipment I had. So then I had to move over and buy new equipment. But now everybody using computers and Reasons and Harbison and whatever they're using, the sound is going to be the goddamn same, because everybody's exchanging these same, what do you call them? The
DAW.
what it start with an R? What is it?
Repetitive.
Nah. The actual sounds that everybody is using, like they're using the same shits. They using the same. What's the thing on
drum kits?
Splice.
Plugins.
Nah, it start with an R. Nah. It's because when you deal with Reasons, you have the same keyboards. You know what I'm saying?
Presets.
You have the resets. Right. So everybody using the same shit. So that's why the music ain't gonna change until we go back to the original music, because the original music go back to, I know everybody got their 808 from Ugly People Be Quiet.
Nah,
basically at the end.
I had two. One from Ugly People Be Quiet and one from Knowledge Me.
You know where mine was? Jack the Ripper.
Y'all hear me?
Hey.
But you understand what I'm saying? We all said 3 different places where we're gonna get the different ohm that comes from the 808, and how many ohms is gonna happen after 808. But now when you deal with Reasons, the sample is only this long all the time. So just because you can't hear an 808 don't mean it's still not playing. And that's I got mine from the 808. I didn't get mine. I did use
the actual 808.
People Be Quiet. But if you use from the 808, it's still going whoa. And just because you can't hear it don't mean you can't feel it. So when it's in a sample, all the music is the same. Janet Jackson changed the whole game when she did that album on Virgin, and that whole album was digital. And then now they're taking pictures of the sounds rather than the sounds playing in the piano. And you let a piano chord play. Just because you can't hear it don't mean it's still not playing. So I need that to go through the sample. I need that to muddy it up a little bit. I don't need
So you're looking for like the minute characteristics of a certain sound.
Right. So that's why all the music is the same, because the how long the sample played is only how an MP3 now. You know what I'm saying? And I like to actually touch the chords with my pedal and let that sustain go into the verse. You know what I'm saying? When it's coming from the four. I need that to go into it to make it modulate and go up. But when you're dealing with sample to make music, all the music sound the same.
I mean, there's an infinite number of samples in the world, though, right? There's no limit on sampling, per se.
Well, I'm saying that the people are using the same...
Yeah, the same downloaded sample packs and drum kits.
Right. So they're only going... Because I said Ugly People Be Quiet, and A+ said he used something else, and then somebody said they used something else.
I used to Ugly People Be Quiet too, though.
Yeah, that's true.
At the end, I use the Ugly People Be Quiet too, though. I use that too.
But we all use that. It was a compressed 808, because you can't use an 808 from the Roland, and then
because it's not compressed, because it don't got that hum yet. It don't got that
right,
hum yet.
right. Because it had that pew. If you use it from the Roland,
shit or some shit like
and I thought I needed I thought I needed an 808 and didn't have the equipment. I found all my drum breaks and drum shits, like my kicks and snares in the early days. It was all off hip hop records. Like
right.
I used
but they were already mixed, and then you can designate how long you want that 808 to be. If you was dealing with an SP12, and then you know how on the SP12 you go all the way down to the muffle sound. You know what I'm saying?
Channel 1, channel 2.
Now they just get it already. It's like a TV dinner. You know what I'm saying? It's like a microwave.
So,
everybody music right now sound like a microwave music.
And I think another artist, not even inside of hip hop, another artist touched on this too. I think he was like a techno, Dead Mouse. Yeah, Dead Mouse. He was talking about this too, even with using, plugins like Nexus versus using actual modular synthesizers.
Yeah.
It's like you're not going to get that grit that you get from the jacks and the inputs.
Yeah, that's on that masterclass. That's on the masterclass. Yeah.
Exactly.
What about wavetable synthesis though? Because there's a whole
Serum
science.
with Serum. They added that's what made Serum such a powerful plugin because they added like wave synthesis.
And that's why the wavetable synth on Ableton 10, which is just like Serum's, hella dope.
Right, but towards Jinx's point is like you're not gonna get those same characteristics like you would going in with those.
We have the harmonics, yeah.
Not even that, just like how we sample from a record from a turntable, you're not gonna get the snaps and the pops, and you're not gonna get the grit and the dust inside the jacks from the modular synthesizer.
So all the songs right now are clean as a baby bottom, but we come from the thing that we had to get the little crackles out, and then that crackle
now kids are adding it back
made a beat. It made a beat in the crack, like boo. And that made a beat. Yeah. That made another beat inside the beat.
Yeah, that's a lot. Like, didn't Primo make a whole? The whole Brand Nubian first album had all that crackle all in that shit. Slow down. All that shit in that shit.
Yeah.
Didn't Primo make an entire track of just nothing but snaps and crackles?
Primo never. Like I was saying before, Primo never made a beat where he leave a snare and kick open. He'd have a sound over that shit, no matter how you try to find it.
Protecting the drums?
What I'm saying,
never get that snare and kick off it. He'd be lucky to get one of his snare. Remember Pete Rock? We got the Soul Survivor album. Remember
all producers slip.
All producers I used to love that kick and snare in the beginning of that.
My steez, doesn't that is open drums?
But
no, my steez is open drum. Like that's a break. That's a break. That's like
that's from the Grandmaster.
My steez is hella processed drums.
Exactly.
No, that's the Furious Five funk pop.
Only thing I'm saying, brothers, is at the end of the day, when I went to New York to deal with the America's Most Wanted, the SV1200 was not even heard of to them because they was using the S1000, and then you got people that deal with another sampler. Was the ASR10?
ASR10, yeah.
EPS 16. That's what I was fucking
with. The 16, the EPS 16.
EPS. The only thing I'm trying to say is we were only dope because we chose this. We chose that. But if you use Reasons, you use Fruity Loops, you use Cubase, all that shit is the same motherfucking sound. It's the same fucking sound. It's the same thing. That you can interchange the goddamn sounds.
Yeah, it's the brain behind the machine.
Yeah. Well, no, it's the person that want to go to live music, because live music is almost like, you remember they just made them little $5,000 bitches that look real, but at the end of the day, they ain't gonna be real at the end of the week. They're gonna be real when you first get one, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be plastic, and that's why the music doesn't have its sustain. It doesn't sustain.
But live instruments doesn't have crack and hissle and pop on it like vinyl does, right?
You took it there.
Y'all not hearing me. All I'm saying is, when you start dealing with the computer, it's a repetitive sound and it's plastic. So at the end of the day, it sound real, but it don't feel real. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm letting all this pass by.
I agree with that shit. That's why I stand with
I beg to differ.
I can play better than I could ever play ever in life. When I did all that cube shit, I didn't have no motherfucking clue. It happened to be on beat. It happened to be in key. But now I'm putting it in key, and I can sustain it as long as I want, because I'm doing it real with a real piano, and I'm doing it with a real bass. I'm not doing it with a sample bass line, because that make it all plastic. And to people that don't know music, they will feel like it's the same until it don't last. Because it's plastic. It's not going to last. We're still listening to the stylistics. We're still listening to the Delphonics. We're still listening to Lionel Richie. We're still listening to that. But you can't tell me not one song that Lil Jon made. I'll wait.
Lil Jon said that's not a fair comparison though, because like I listen to Respiration and that moves me in a way that like maybe the original song wouldn't.
Well, but you hear what I'm saying? I'm not putting Lil Jon down. Every time I bring up Lil Jon, I try to ask a person, name one goddamn song from Lil Jon.
Yeah, but that's not. But that's not fair, though. That's not fair. That's not Respiration.
Is fair because I'm making my point. The music is not real.
Yeah, but you can't. Respiration, for example, or old school boom bap is not comparable to Lil Jon. They're different styles, they're different genres, different modes of production.
Exactly. The music was made with a different intent. Because he even said, listen, he came out the gate, and this is actually what I respect about Lil Jon, is that he said, listen, I'm not trying to be the most lyrical. I'm not trying to fucking be your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. What I'm trying to do is get the party fucking hype, and that's what I'm here to do.
And modern day fucking business.
And you guys are saying exactly what I'm saying. I'm not putting Lil Jon down. All I'm saying is they found out a new method to make the production of music cheaper. And when you make the music cheaper, it don't last as long. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And now we're at the point as being the producers is that you back out of that computer, you use a computer to record, but try to bring an oboe in. Try to bring a real flute in. Try to bring some real shit in because that's real heart. That, a girl body act different when you know Anita Baker play rather than when you play Keisha Cole. It's a little fucking different, and you don't know why it's different. It's because the sounds are not real.
I see what you.
That's all filtered through someone's culture, though. That's all how you're raised and the culture that you're raised in. It's different for each person. It's different for people from different cultures, right?
But we're not trying to keep up with the culture. We're trying to make good music. I work with the craft. I work with the. You remember I was telling you. I work with the craft. I don't work with the tool. So I got to know that the craft that I'm doing, I'm supplying real music, and I'm not giving supplements. And supplements, this whole music game right now is filled with supplements.
No, I got you. It's all very copycat and electronic, and like you're saying, there's a certain template. You get FL Studio, you get Fruity Loops, you use the same 808s. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, ultimately, at the end of the day, you can't tell someone how they feel. Like someone feels how they feel, and music is to be enjoyed and interpreted for each person or culture or society. And you know, like I didn't grow up on trap. I grew up on like, you know, boom bap and old school hip hop and that kind of thing. And before that, I was listening to classical.
And the music that you grew up on, boom bap and hip hop, that was made with sustains that wasn't controlled.
It was sampled. They were sampled records, and
but they were sampled, but the sustain was not controlled.
Yeah.
Well, sustain is now done through compressing the crap out of an 808, right?
I say it's not real. It's not real. That's why we don't connect to new music.
But how are you defining real though? Because like real for one person is maybe not real for another person, and vice versa. Like I teach 9-year-olds how to make beats, and I can't come and tell them, hey, you don't like this, or you don't feel this, or this is real you. They're just gonna be like, whatever. Right? Like
it's not for everybody. That's why we all are not on the block looking at hookers, because they look real, but they're not. And at some point, you're gonna figure it out, and it don't feel the fucking same.
I love those analogies.
I don't know if I can rock with those analogies because music to me is a very different thing. I understand what you're saying about feeling and like how it moves you and touches you.
Hey, y'all heard what I said. The hookers look good, but they don't feel the.
Why does it have to come to that though?
I'm not with it, man. I'm not, gotta keep off of international.
Hey, you know what? I'm sitting here and I'm like, bruh, like you gotta respect people who like I'm saying for me, and this is just my personal experience. I'm like, Jinx is like, I remember this dude since I was 13, and he's like Jinx still. older, wiser, and all kinds of shit. But like, it's just a trip to be like, you know, you gotta admire like when somebody's still they fucking self. Like Domino's the same way. Out of the people I know that are on right now, and Philip as well. I've known him quite a while. But like, you respect people when you kind of see that like they're them 5 years later, 10 years later, 20 years later.
But what I'm saying is
like 30 years
A plus. But you
I was
guys
just saying,
you guys are listening to music that I did 30 years ago.
30 years, bro. But it wasn't commentary. I was just enjoying the conversation. I was like, that's Jinx. That's him, bro. Like, but it's him now. It's him now in 2020. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying this in contention or agreement. I'm saying that like I'm just enjoying the healthy conversation between two people I know about something I love. It just dawned on me that it's like the reason I fuck with these people is because I know that they both really believe what the hell they saying right now. Yeah, and it's not even a point of disagreement because we're just basically just friendly debate or sharing of information.
No.
But
I don't want nobody.
All I was saying is like it's dope. I was saying it's fucking dope. I was like, that is Jinx, that is Elliot, and this is a great conversation. I was just that's just me chiming in. Like,
look, and at the end of the day, Jinx, look, I grew up sitting underneath the piano when my dad would play, and I know what you mean in terms of real instruments. There's something that like in terms of like resonant frequencies and all that. That's really I hear what you're saying, but I also think about like. I'm a psychologist, right? And I think about what music and things mean to people. And so to me, I'm really curious what one thing means to one person, it can mean something completely different to another. And so I'm just saying when I work with kids, I try not to come in and bring that like that biased opinion of like I like, you know, like Summer in the City as produced by Quincy Jones. And I'm not trying to impose that on them. I'm trying to let them find that themselves. And if they like, you know, Broccoli or whatever the latest beat is, I just try not to bring my own bias of saying like, oh, this is better. Let me show you, as much as like, okay, that's what you like. Like here, I'll show you how to make it, or like, and then maybe guide them to other things and let them expand, building on what they like and saying.
I do understand what you're saying about kids.
I don't think it's a thing where it's is my shit too loud? My bad.
No, you're good. I'm about to stop. You good? I'm about to stop the recording.
He Teddy Riley right now. That's Teddy Riley right there.
Yeah. No,